Foam.
You cut the foam to the shape of the bone, or the pedestal rather, and then you mix it with a bowl of plaster, you dip it in there,
Gotcha.
and with the coarse side up, you press it all over the jacket.
You said foam, and I was thinking spray foam.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, polyester.
Gotcha, yeah.
AC.
No, that makes a lot more sense.
It behaves a lot like fiberglass, but it doesn't have the risks of fiberglass.
Ugh. Yeah, I've used a lot of fiberglass in the lab before, and I don't enjoy it.
We use it here occasionally, and I don't enjoy it either.
All right. Oh, man, look at that.
I don't know how much we're going to see. Oh, there's some stuff peeking out.
Nice. We got some bone already, yeah.
Yeah, that must be part of the sacrum there.
Right over here, Tim.
Yeah,
The transverse process or something?
It's either float process or part of the cradle.
Okay.
This looks vertebral centrum right here, possibly. Jack says a lot of stuff, so we always find new things. All right.
Not too shabby. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Beautiful. All right. She's interviewing somebody from NASA right now, so that should be pretty cool. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in, watching today. Really appreciate you. We really got to wrap this up. So, yeah, let's go right in right now. Never mind. All right, go, that's on. All right, everybody, I got to go help out. See you later.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Oh, insectivore problems. Anyway, that makes me so happy seeing that. Just extraordinary. See, one of, you know, basically one of my study animals up there on the screen is pretty awesome. It's pretty big. It's pretty darn big. Almost, you know, honestly, it's too big. Who thought this was a good idea to evolve a skull this size, you know? Who thought this was a good idea? Tyrannosaurs, man. He's a funny kid. I remember at one point, I asked him how old he thought I was for some reason. I don't remember how it came up. And he looks at me and he's like, nah. He goes, 89. 89. I'm like, you think I'm 89 years old? And he's like, you have a beard. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Iliumork says it's so worth it. The world needs all the science outreach you can get. Did anybody else see that coming? Just ambushed. My goodness. I don't think that's ever happened to me. There.
And I thought it was just for video games.
That's why it's such a wonderful platform for science outreach. Is like nobody thinks of science when they think of Twitch. And
I think of like athletes screaming like playing Madden or something.
Yep,
you know what
yep,
I mean?
uh-huh.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're not preaching to the choir here. It's absolutely the opposite. Like reaching new people and showing them how cool science can be.
How many new?
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
It depends on who you ask. I'm actually working on a project about this right now for publication. I'd say there's about 1,000, but there's been over 2,000 different names that have been published, but a lot of those aren't valid.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, I'm working on that exact question right now.
So you're not, like, if you just were to choose one right off the top of your head, what would you go to?
Oh, shoot.
Here, you got 5 seconds.
Let's say Triarchonchus.
Oh my god, I've never even heard of that one.
Well, it's because it's new, yeah.
Oh.
So in 2020, it was just published. It's from the Hell Creek Formation. It's an Alverasaur. So it's one of these little guys. They're little theropods. They've got long, stilty legs, and they've got super weird, short arms. They've got one, like a thumb claw, and that's it, basically, on their arms.
And so super small because there is basically no use for them, or just
it seems to be the opposite. Like the arms are super robust. They seem really muscular.
Like a T-Rex.
Kind of, but like T-Rex does have kind of reduced arms. These guys are like, their arms are super short but super thick and super strong. And it seems like maybe they were using those claws for digging open like rotting logs and stuff to get at the insects and stuff.
Scratching their back.
It's way too short for that. Like they could.
Well, scratching here. Then.
And maybe they could just about scratch there, but that's it.
You know,
Like,
push-ups.
I should show you a picture of one of these guys. Maybe I can find it real quick.
Oh my gosh.
But they're really strange.
Not for push-ups, like really teeny push-ups.
Yeah, they would be. I mean, you're gonna. Here, I'll show you Mononychus, which is basically the same thing, but there's better illustrations of it.
I should start reading up on the newer books because I feel like I'm falling behind on the new stuff.
Yeah. Trying to find you a good picture. Let's see. Yeah, like that's a pretty good one. That's a plastic model.
Okay.
So they had feathers.
All right. Look at that.
Yeah, and they've just got these super short arms that are really, really thick, and they've got Mononychus means one claw
Okay.
because they've got one big claw.
That makes sense.
Sometimes they have two little vestigial ones next to it, but let's try to find another one.
And so what do you like about it? Just because it has weird arms?
I'm one of the authors on the paper. So it's the first dinosaur, first new dinosaur where I'm an author on the paper. So yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
well, that's super fun. Did
Yeah.
you get to help choose the name?
I didn't actually. My crew chief came up with that. The name Trirarchuncus, get this, it means Captain Hook.
Oh my god.
Trirarchuncus prairiensis is the full name, so Captain Hook of the Prairie. Oh, Trirarchuncus.
Trirarchuncus. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
So it's related to Mononychus. It's basically identical to the dinosaur I just showed you.
Wow. And what kind of line of theropod would you relate it to again? Like a
So they're Alvarezsaurs are related to. Shoot, I think they're still kind of a mystery. They might be close to ostrich dinosaurs, your ornithomimids. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's like Rebecca's.
yeah. Arkansaurus, one that she named. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're cool. I also really like ceratopsians, so I've dug up a lot of Triceratops over the years.
Do you find skulls very often from them, or is it like
Yeah.
all the other dinosaurs because their skulls are so fragile? They're pretty rare.
With ceratopsians, it's the opposite. So
Yeah,
it's
because
like
they're so-
exactly, yeah. So yeah, when we find a trike in the Hell Creek, it's usually the skull, and if you get lucky, there's a skeleton with it. So.
that's so-
Yeah, and they're super common out there. Like, they're the most common dinosaur in that formation.
Yeah, some
And,
paleontologist kid came in here several years ago and said, yeah, the ceratopsians are kind of like the cows of the day because they were like so numerous.
Just everywhere, yeah, yeah.
Wow, I gotta go to that. I gotta go see that Hell Creek formation.
Yeah, go visit Museum of the Rockies if you ever get the
Yeah.
chance. They've got
On my list.
some of the best Hell Creek displays. Yeah,
It's so cool.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, and right now I'm working on Spinosaurids too, these fish-eating dinosaurs.
Yeah, and
Sedimentologists and sometimes paleontologists to pick up a piece of rock like this, break off a little piece, then chew it in your teeth. And that kind of allows you to get a real tactile sense for like the grain size and the consistency of the rock. Is it a mudstone? Is it a siltstone? How grainy or fine is it? How smooth is it? That kind of thing. So I'll do a lot of that when I'm like taking a stratigraphic section. So like when you're measuring out, like how high a particular site is in a given formation, and you want to like take stock of all the changes that are occurring in the rock.
We want to go look at the fossil.
Yeah, should we take a look at your fish?
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, very nice. And covered a little bit more of it. And is this the tail on the end?
We
This
aren't
kinda looks
sure
like-
which
yeah.
end is which, but it does start right there.
Nice.
And then it comes all the way out here. So the scales exposed right here is when I realized that I had something. So Andrew went in and sawed, but this layer is kind of flaky and weird. So we
Right.
had to solidify it with some more glue, and we're waiting for it to dry, and then we're gonna go back in and
Very nice.
hopefully pull it out. So
What did that feel like to, find a 200 million year old fish?
it felt amazing. Makes the whole trip worth it for sure.
Pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
And there's a decent chance this is going to be a new species too. I mean, like,
Yeah.
this could be brand new to science.
Yeah.
Exactly.
dream right there.
It's probably
Sweetie Pie, are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to talk about it, sweetie? Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, you know? What? What's going on, sweetie pie? What is it? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country, which has certainly got me worked up lately. I appreciate everybody talking with me about that on Tuesday. I'm glad we finally got to discuss that. I know I'd been putting it off for a while, and yeah. Anywho, the disdain is real, says Mustache Mike. Yeah. Yeah, oh, sweetie pie, it's okay. I'm here for you. There's a decent chance that the iguanodonts that we're digging up here might be a new species or a new genus. It's hard to say if they're the same, if they're coeval with Iguana colossus, and we don't have a lot of overlapping material. Like, what do we actually have from Iguana colossus? Do you remember?
It's a maxilla, which is
a
upper jaw.
Upper jawbone, yeah.
Squamosal, which is behind the eye.
Mm-hmm.
A syrangular, which is from the jaw. And then a bunch of miscellaneous bones from the rest of the body. So bits of limb, bits of vertebrae, ribs and stuff.
So in order to be able to tell if this dinosaur is the same one as Iguana colossus, we got to find some overlapping material.
So we need a squamosal and a syrangular.
Yeah.
Because if those are the bones that have the unique features, we can't tell if they're the same animal unless we have the exact same bones to compare.
Right. So cross your fingers we can find some of those this year. Because I don't think we found any of those so far, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's why we're here, you know?
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants! Some vertebrae that are very clearly from a theropod dinosaur. And they look different enough from all other theropods that they decided to give it a new name. It's that simple. Yeah, through careful comparison with the vertebrae of other theropod dinosaurs, these authors concluded that it's something new. So yeah. And again, this is kind of a hypothesis. It could very well be demonstrated that they were incorrect about that. We'll have to see. I guess time will tell. Check out this turtle. The Hell Creek Formation is just chock full of turtles. There's so many. I think it might be like peak turtle diversity over Earth history. There's like 20, 22 species of turtles in the Hell Creek Formation. And this, I think, is one of only one or two that actually goes extinct at the same time as the dinosaurs. This game is set just before the dinosaur extinction, 66 million years ago. The big asteroid hits Earth. Almost none of the turtles die out except for one. I think it's this one, the biggest one. This is Basilemes, whose name means king turtle. David L. Jones wrote the book on cycads. The book is called Cycads. Animals without bones are called invertebrates. Invertebrates are, you know, so much more numerous than vertebrates are. They constitute so many more species. Maybe they're eating fishes or even other marine reptiles. They may have been kind of opportunistic like that, because with a beak like this, you can kind of eat whatever you want. Big hawk-like beak, you know? Adding some dihydrogen monoxide to the this unconsolidated matrix. It's mud, Danny. It's mud. We're making mud here. There you go, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, you know, 12,000 miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm trying to think if there's any other songs that I could play. Wow! And there is that eye. My goodness. Look at that. Wow. How lucky are we to have a Nautilus right here in the office with us? Suddenly Nautilus, yes indeed, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. What's that? You've got to go? You've got a very important appointment to attend? Well, you better be on your way then, but thank you so much for showing up just at the right time here. I see you looking at me with those little pinhole camera eyes. You better skedaddle. All right, okay. Goodbye. Yeah, thanks for being here. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a chambered Nautilus. And there you go, Mayor Space. It's true. Yeah. If you can't lead a gift horse to water under a bridge, a 5-year-old doesn't understand it with 2 birds and 1 stone. Exactly, Mayor Space. It's exactly what I mean. Yeah. And you know what? That's fair. I don't have a horse in that fight. You know? And far be it for me to punch a gift horse in the mouth. Not gonna do it. And DCI Bank says, so if bats are birds, bats are not birds. No, bats are mammals. They're not birds. Yeah, bats are related to, oh goodness, what are bats related to mammal-wise? I think we're still kind of figuring that out. But bats might be kind of close to like rodents or carnivorans. I think there's still debate about that, but bats are definitely not birds. But maybe not for Procompsognathus, but for Compsognathus, for Scuriamimus, Juravenator, Sinosauropteryx, that little critter we were just looking at. Sinosauropteryx with the counter shading and the raccoon or red panda kind of coloration there. It could be that this little dinosaur is just a baby. Do you want some treats? Is that what you're after? Is that your desire? Huh? Okay, let's see about that. Oh, is that what you want? Okay. Uh-oh. It's stuck. This is not a great advertisement for the game right now. But oh, never mind. My controller is turned off. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Oh, I think I missed the next verse. I can jump into it. Never gonna dig you up. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna look around and on around and desert you.
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too.
Oh,
you're so in trouble. Oh. Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
Should we, please?
But now, the dinosaurs.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here. Happy Monday. It's the start of a brand new week. I've been excited about this. We've got some exciting things coming up. So I'm glad you're here. And there you go, DNH, yeah. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and believe it or not, this is how I make my living as a paleontologist, is streaming here on Twitch. This is how I fund my research and travel and field work and all that good stuff. That's how I keep the lights on. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm kind of focused on dinosaur fossils, primarily. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I study, what I excavate during the field season. I spent 11 weeks in the field last year. New record for me. Digging up fossils and streaming nearly every day, and it's been a tremendous privilege to be able to bring that to everybody with each and every stream. So it's only because of the generosity of this community that any of that is possible. So thank you, everybody who subscribed. Rampant Carnage, 19 months subscriber, just a few minutes ago. Case Kuchin, 4-month subscriber. Really appreciate you making all this possible. And Overpowered, thank you for the follow 2 minutes ago too. Sorry, our alerts aren't really, they don't go during the cold open video. So yeah, anyway, hello Mini Pie, how are you doing? We're getting a visit from one of our landlords right at the beginning of today's stream, too. How did you, Joshua Colossus? Hello. This is, like I said, my means of doing science outreach. I think oh, hang on.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true, Lottie Finchy. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Thank you for sharing science with all of us and allowing me to share that with all of you through your support. I really appreciate that. What do we mean by sharing science? Well, on today's broadcast, we're going to be covering 2 brand new dinosaurs that have just been published.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
And Petrodactylus, thank you so much for the 41 months there. I really appreciate that.
Got to continue subs for more paleontology hype. Plus more.
I appreciate that, Petrodactylus. Thank you. Like I said, we've got 2 brand new dinosaurs to discuss today, and one of them has the potential to kind of shake up the whole dinosaur family tree. So we'll be getting to that in a little bit. Pretty exciting. That's kind of the reason for some of our background stuff today. But yeah. And then I'll be talking about what else we've got going on this week. Exciting things are upcoming. Next week, too, very exciting. Trying to nail down some kind of last-minute stuff. But, oh, hello, Minnie. My goodness. Here. Minnie Pie is, I think she's looking for some treats. What do you think, Minnie? Is that what you're up to? Oh. Yeah. All right, gotta pay the landlord here. Let's take care of that. So much of my life is dictated by these carnivorans who live in this house and are kind enough to put up with my presence here. Where's those mini pie emotes? The true rulers of... I mean, kind of, DNH, yeah. I can't argue with that. There we go. Brilliant. And Addicted to Capping says, if a black cat walks across the road, when we drive, we will stop and turn around. What? I presume you're kidding, Addicted to Capping, because that's... You're way smarter than that. I don't know. I've been surrounded by black cats, and they cross my path every day. You know, for the past, what? Well, basically since right before I started streaming. And my life has never gone better. I don't believe in the concept of luck. I don't know. It would seem that if we think about this as an experiment, I've been tremendously fortunate in my life after having... It coincides with having met these cats and being around them all the time, so I don't know. If you believe in luck, I think it'd be an argument for black cats being good luck. But yeah. Addicted to camping says like breaking a mirror or walking under a ladder. Here, this is the sort of thing that I don't know. It really riles me up. Like, you're smarter than that, you know? If these were real phenomena, if the concept of luck like that, good luck charms, bad luck charms, stuff like that, if any of this actually worked, you know, life would be very different. Don't even get me started. Shoot. Anyway, superstition is one of those things that just makes the world a worse place, and we're better than that, no? Anyhow, yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead and do Metazoa Petrodactylus. We're gonna do that too. And yeah, Lottie Finchy says that weird superstition results in black cats getting left more often at shelters. Yeah, and I've heard of people doing terrible, terrible things to black cats, especially like on and around Halloween, because of just stupid superstitions like that. So I don't know. I have zero tolerance for that kind of thing. You know. Wombat Hole says not walking under the ladder is a wise safety thing. I mean, but that's not the point, you know? Yeah. It's like, I don't know. It's not a superstition that we brush our teeth every day. Preferably 2 times a day. Or that, I don't know, doctors washing their hands before surgery or something, you know? That's just a safe practice. There's a big difference between that and a superstition, you know? So anyway, yeah. But yeah. Soap making. Oh, nice, Dave Nevius. Very cool. Yeah. And Blue Sky Go Live. Thank you, Claire. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. And we'll do a Blue Sky post as well. I have these things on my to-do list, and I still somehow... You know how things go. There we go. There we are. We're going to be going live for 4 hours at this point. Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah, thank you, Claire. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, we've had a lot of unexpected things come up today that have been a big pain in the butt, and I'm not going to get into that now, but yeah. Some, like, extended family emergency stuff, and some stuff around the house today, too. Anyhow, yeah. I appreciate that, Claire. Thank you. Yeah. Looks like plans are changing a lot in February. Well, we're in February now. Happy February, everybody. Anyway, let's do a Blue Sky post real quick, and then, yeah. whenever I come across cats on my walks. That's really nice, Nell. That's really cool. Yeah. Preferably cats should be indoors where they're not part of the food chain. They're not killing other smaller creatures or being killed by larger creatures. But yeah. And corvids go nuts for free food? There you go. Yeah. No, this is true. Yeah. Alright, let's take a screenshot real quick. See if that's any good. Post that to Blue Sky. I look smug somehow in that picture. Let's do a better one, shall we? Here, how about this? Let's see if that's any kind of improvement. Sorry, I'm being picky about this today. Try that. That'll work. Let's use it. There we go. Excellent. We've got 2 newly published dinosaur genera to discuss on today's stream. Pause my soundboard for a second. Or an M dash, there we go. Yanine and who was our other critter? Another kind of non-traditional dinosaur genus named Foskeia. Very cool. The latter one has the potential to shake up the dinosaur family tree. Join us and let's talk about them. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Paleontologizing looks good. Alt text real quick. Various 3D printed dinosaur skulls from the early Mesozoic behind me on the wall. Spondylus, Gladiosaurus, Masutosaurus, and Heterodontosaurus. Along with framed prints dinosaur phylogenies and such. There we go. And post looks good. Paleontologizing, no typos detected. Turn our soundboard back on. There we go.
Hold on to your butts.
Post. Mizu in 3. Holy cow, Lenina. Excellent. Well done. Here's a link to that right there. Yeah. And I am evil 316 says how this guy spells these dinosaur names without error is mind-blowing. Who says I didn't? It's actually an interesting point that you're making there. I may have actually missed some of those. I don't think so. But this one for Foskeia, that's a brand new name to me because this critter was just published, what, yesterday or the day before? I'm just finding out about it today. I've not seen this one before, and so I had to copy and paste it. But for all these other ones, Massospondylus, Lasutosaurus, Heterodontosaurus, they're like the names of old friends, you know? I've been reading these names again and again and again since I was like 5 years old. So yeah. Familiarity breeds more familiarity? I don't think that's any amazing talent. I mean, I do pride myself on proper spelling, and that sort of thing is, I don't know. I've won a few spelling bees in my day, but it's not like this is any sort of special talent or anything. If you keep seeing these names again and again and again, and you're well inclined toward spelling things correctly, it's not a big challenge, you know? Yeah. Anywho, and EVXB says, I'm new to Metazoa. Is 9 guesses good? That is very good for a newbie. EVXB, yeah, certainly. Eustreptospondylus, that is a good one. Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Did you first learn about that critter through Walking with Dinosaurs, 1999? The Cruel Sea episode? Because I feel like that's where a lot of people learn about that critter. It is one of the better known dinosaurs from Europe. I think Eustreptospondylus is from the UK. But, yeah. And Lottie Finchy says, I imagine once, the prefixes and suffixes, they get pretty familiar. Oh, yeah. And occasionally there will be a name that kind of bucks some of those trends. And I do end up spelling it correctly. I just had this the other day with a certain kind of iguanodont. I realized I misspelled it in a text to a colleague. Drat. But anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and there you go, Petrodactylus. Nice. The dinosaur that Petrodactylus is talking about. Streptospondylus. And I guess I spelled it wrong there. Shoot. Oh, I just forgot the R. That's a stupid mistake. Not like an act. Anyway. It's one of the more complete meat-eating dinosaurs from the UK, if memory serves. I want to say it's from Oxford. Oxfordshire. Yeah, Southern England. There we go. Summertown Brick Pit, just north of Oxford, England. That's a cool figure. I should print this, actually. It'd be nice to have in the background one of these days. But anyway, yeah. That's a cool critter. And almost you're interesting, Lottie Finchy. Cool. Yeah. I got to visit the UK for the first time this past November, and that was excellent. And now Spondylus. Yeah, so you're thinking of like temnospondyls, right? So that is that's a name that is, yeah, I can see how you get amphibian vibes. Dorset. Oh, very cool, Lottie Finchy. Cool. We talked about this. Anywho, I should say something else right here at the beginning of today's stream. There is something that I'll be addressing at length tomorrow, but I've got to really collect my thoughts about it. Some of you have already heard about this, and I'm not going to get into a discussion about this now. So, again, I'm just saying this now so that you know what to expect for tomorrow. There was some very disappointing, kind of, honestly, horrific news this weekend about a prominent paleontologist whose name shows up in a bunch of emails surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. I know it sounds crazy, but this happened. I'll be talking about this tomorrow a little bit. I'm going to be really thinking about this and choosing my words carefully, but I'm incredibly disappointed and just mortified over this. And yeah. So, again, I'll be speaking my piece about this tomorrow once I have a chance to actually get my thoughts in order. I think it's really important to not let this be a hot take or something like that. I don't want to just be speaking off the cuff. This is the sort of thing that requires seriousness and thoughtfulness. So we'll be talking about this a little bit tomorrow. I will be making, I guess, a statement. It's not so highfalutin, but it's something that I need to address. Something that can't be swept under the rug. Something that can't be ignored. So yeah. And there you go. I see Andrew there in the chat. Yeah. Andrew, I hope you're doing okay. Shoot. It's about Jack Horner. Yeah. Anywho, thank you, Lenina, for gifting.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
I really appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you. Making sure that Andrew Miller doesn't have to watch any
Lenina
ads.
gifted a tier 1 sub to you Brontes 1. They have given 491 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Lenina. That's so many gift subs. I appreciate you more than you know. Holy cow, Lenina. And thank you, Mustache Mike, for the prime there a minute ago. 16 months. I appreciate that, Mustache Mike. Mothproof KT says, I won't be the only CSA survivor in this group, so please just hear that it's really appreciated you talk about it with such seriousness. It deserves seriousness, Mothproof KT. I haven't had opportunity to really gather my thoughts about this yet. This weekend has been super busy, and there's been a lot of other things that have come up that it's not really my place to talk about. These other things. I don't know. We've had some extended family illness stuff. Again, not my place to talk about this, but it is my place to talk about what's going on with a colleague of mine and express my support for the victims here, and I just say that this sort of thing is not okay. Associations with sex traffickers, that's never okay. So again, we'll be talking about this tomorrow after I've had a chance to really sit down and think, you know? And I appreciate that, Nell. Thank you. Yeah. Don't tell Blue, okay. I hear you, Lena. That's about the gift subs, I presume. Yeah, fair. That's something you should talk to him about. Yeah. And thank you, Nightfall the Red. Yeah. And yeah, you're right about that, Science. Thank you, Belent. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Golganek, thank you for gifting Mothproof KT. Thank you. I appreciate your continued support.
Golganok gifted a tier 1 sub to Mothproof KT. They have given 530 gift subs in the channel.
Holy cow, Golganek. Thank you. Yeah. By the way, let's start up a new sub goal. Again, one of the dozens of things I was trying to do before today's stream and didn't quite get a chance to. So let's see, we just had 2 gift subs. Let's set that goal there. There we go.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Thank you, Looneysaurus, for the 37 months there. Really appreciate that.
MMRQ Paleo Hey Paleo El Bile MMR Ice Smash.
There we go. Looks good. Start goal. Excellent. So yeah, mark that down by 2 in order to reflect those gift subs from Golganek and Lenina. Appreciate that. Thank you. Anyhow, let's talk about what we're doing this week, because there are exciting things coming up. I'm currently waiting on some emails to confirm some other stuff, but for right now, well shoot, we can get rid of this. January is over. It's February now, so let's have our calendar reflect that. Editable. Perfect. Okay. Bye-bye, January. Delete. We're into February now. Oh, and I didn't even realize we had things get. Well, shoot. We're not doing that. I guess we'll talk about bird diets for Feed the Bird Day. You see how busy I've been. Wednesday, special interview with Dr. Jeanette Weineke. Still waiting on total confirmation from her about this. We're going to be talking about leatherback turtles. I am so excited about this. She is one of the world experts on sea turtles.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And those eccentric, thank you for the 18 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that Prime, Bose Eccentric. Thank you very much. Thursday, we might be doing another interview. I need to confirm with some colleagues. And then Friday, we've got a special IRL stream. I gotta work out the exact timing on this because some things are kind of up in the air. But we're gonna be visiting the National Marine Sanctuary Exploration Center and talking to the folks there about why the National Marine Sanctuary off the coast of California here is so incredibly important, especially within the context of leatherback turtles. This is one of their key habitats here. They migrate all the way over from Indonesia to eat sea jellies off the coast of San Francisco. Maintaining that habitat is one of the most crucial things for their long-term survival. These incredible endangered animals. So that's gonna be really fun. Special Friday stream. We don't normally do Friday streams, but yeah. And her work is so cool, says EVXB. Absolutely, yeah. We'll get to that in a bit. Nightfall the Red says thoughts on Dinoland USA being closed down now in Animal Kingdom. We talked about this a couple years ago. I visited there because I thought it was happening in 2024. I'll give you a link to that VOD if you want to see it. But I went to Florida for a whole day back in 2024. September of that year.
Now it's in Chicago, but they've since dismantled it because of weather damage.
You can see one in the airport at O'Hare.
Got
another brachiosaurus there. Anyhow. But yeah. And Andrew says, going well, thanks. Not enough snow. Concerned about the upcoming drought in Utah? Oh, yeah. Utah's in such a vulnerable place right now, especially with the Great Salt Lake drying up. There's the potential for heavy metals to just become airborne, just have toxic air throughout the whole, what is that, Utah Valley? So yeah, we can talk Friday. Oh, Filippo, how are you doing? Hello. Hang on just a minute. Great for exploring outcrops on Lake Powell in the spring. Bringing Bronte's Out West paper published. Oh, very cool. Andrew, that's awesome. We might have a chance to take a look at that today. But very cool. Yeah. So many things coming up. Shoot. Andrew, I should send you an email or give you a call. Ask about upcoming fieldwork. I'd love to help out if you could use my help. And Dyson Dinosaur Friday. Maybe send me an email, Filippo. Do you have a paper coming out or something? We're gonna be busy on Friday. We're doing a special IRL stream on Friday. And then I'm gonna be in Colorado the following week. So things are gonna be busy, but yeah. Shoot me a message, Filippo. I'd love to talk. Yeah. And yeah, semicolons. I'm still working on setting up some things for special Colorado streams. And it's a little frustrating because I keep emailing a bunch of people and not getting any responses, but oh, and I already have an email from Andrew. Oh, shoot. And there's a chance we're doing a special stream tomorrow, too? Goodness, everything's happening at once. You know how these things go. It's just like... be doing a special stream with Brian Eng tomorrow. We'll see. Anyhow, yeah. Other accounts. Other responses here. We're gonna have a jam-packed week, it looks like. Shoot. Yeah. Near Colorado Springs, I'm gonna be in Denver, Colorado, semicolons. Yeah. For just a few days. But anyway, yeah. Thank you for the paper here, Andrew. Excellent. Oh, this is super cool. Let's take a look at this right now. Well, we've got Andrew here in the chat. So, brand new paper in the journal Geology of the Intermountain West, which is, I think, a really cool journal. Punches above its weight, for sure. And we've got artwork here by Brian Eng himself. Again, there's a chance I'm going to go stream with him tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. But Eubrontes out west and beyond. So there's a reason why this name happens to be the Twitch handle of Andrew Milner. Eubrontes is an ichnotaxon, an ichnogenus of, we think, big theropod dinosaur. One of the interesting things about dinosaur footprints is there's a different kind of naming scheme for them. In the sense that when we find the footprints of a dinosaur, it's really difficult oftentimes to line that up to a particular dinosaur. This is true of like any fossil organism. You find traces of it, whether they're footprints or burrows or coprolites or any other kind of trace. It can be very difficult to actually match that to a particular genus or species of animal and be 100% certain about it. So because of that, and for some other reasons, the traces will often get a different name. It's a way to kind of keep things straight and not get confused, because sometimes, imagine if you'd found the footprints of, say, a dinosaur, and you say, oh, well, these are definitely this dinosaur's tracks, and you were wrong about that. That could mess a lot of things up. So by giving them a separate name, it kind of helps to avoid confusion or mistakes like that. Does that make sense? Eubrontes is one of these names. It's an incredibly cool name, too. It means true thunder. Kind of in reference to this being a large animal. These are Eubrontes tracks right here. So we think these are from a large theropod dinosaur. The one that you'll often see in illustrations is Dilophosaurus. But the Eubrontes in this case, these Eubrontes tracks are older than Dilophosaurus. And so they can't have been from Dilophosaurus, but they might be from a similar animal. Dilophosaurus is one of the closest critters that we have to what this thing could be, basically. Here's a track of Eubrontes. I think this might be one of the ones from St. George, actually. Yep, there it is. At the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site in St. George, Utah. We were just there back in March and April of 2025. Here are some VODs about that. Here we go. Here's a special stream that I did with Andrew Milner. From the museum.
Take a look.
Oh, thanks. Similar tracks in Italy too. I bet you do.
So it may
Dinosaur,
have disconnected right there. Let's see.
Oh, it disconnected?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and Champsosaur. Yes, indeed.
Clarebird, that's exactly what that is. We used to call this sort of thing like Rudiodon, but I think...
This is
anyhow.
Known phytosaur skull.
He really does.
Anyway.
So, Andrew here is the curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery
Very excited
Site.
about that. So we're going to see more phytosaurs. But one of the key differences, look for this animal's nostrils.
You might look for them here, maybe under the dragonfly. Let's look at those Eubrontes tracks.
No, they are not there.
The nostrils are up by the eye sockets, practically, on top of the head. There we go.
Realized that he's found the natural cast.
Wow.
And he was ripping down through the rock, and he got to this lower area, and this big block of sandstone fell out of the back of his truck, and he saw that footprint. And he went... his original thought was there's a dinosaur in the rock and his foot sticking out. He didn't realize that he's found the natural cast, so the sand infill of a footprint. And he started flipping over more blocks and realizing there were tracks. He also got a heads up from his stepson, Kelly Bringhurst, who was a professor here at Utah Tech, well, formerly Utah State College, and Dixie State College. And Anyway, Kelly said keep your eyes open for footprints on the top surfaces.
Let's see if we can find a description of what Eubrontes is. I wonder if the closed captioning spelled it so that it's searchable. Maybe not, but we'll see. Eubrontes? Nope, no results found. Shoot.
This could be another type of the trace Chirichycnos, which was Chirichycnos tridactylus. So Chirichycnos means scrape to scrape. An ichnos trace.
Okay.
And then tridactylus means three toes.
Right. But now you have a four-toed one, so...
Yeah, so these are definitely distinct from the Chirichycnos for theropod dinosaurs, like the ones I showed you in the exhibit.
Okay. Anyhow, I'll give you a link to this VOD right here. If you want more information on Eubrontes, from Mr. Eubrontes himself, Andrew Milner, check out that VOD. But, this is super cool. And here is the paper right here. Let's just look through it real quick before we get into some of our new dinosaurs. Oh, and we gotta do Metazoa too, before I forget. Here we go. Distribution, morphology, ichnotaxonomy, and associated ichnofauna of footprints of large early Jurassic theropod track makers. This is so cool. And I'm glad this is finally out. I'm sure this paper has been in press for a while because Martin Lockley is lead author here, and Martin passed away a few years ago now. So this is, I'm sure there will be a number of other publications that will come out in the coming years with Martin as a lead author. Really prolific guy, kind of the world authority on dinosaur tracks. He passed away from cancer, I think, end of 2024. And, yeah, that was a big loss, for sure. But this is part of his legacy here, is this work. This is so cool. So this is helping distinguish between different dinosaur ichnotaxa. So the ichnotaxa, like I said, this is the names that we have for these different shapes of track. So Eubrontes, oddly enough, is not the name of an animal. It's the name of that shape of footprint. What kind of animal left it? Some sort of big theropod dinosaur, big two-legged meat-eating dinosaur, we think. But it makes sense just to give the tracks a name so that we can talk about them on their own terms. That's kind of the point here. Oh, yeah. But this is helping define what is Eubrontes and where are they found and what does that say about which animals were leaving these tracks. This is really cool, and I'm sure this paper is going to get a lot of citations. This is really important for the study of dinosaur tracks. There's that same one from St. George right there that we were just looking at. Nice. This is so cool. Anyway, big congrats to Andrew Milner and co for getting this out there. You know, we talk a lot on this channel about adding to the sum total of human knowledge, kind of building this edifice of scientific know-how brick by brick. This is another one of those bricks there. This is going to be an important one. This is really cool. This is very, very cool. Yeah, people involved in this should be really proud. I can't wait to look at this more in depth later. Awesome stuff. Let's see if there's a link that I can share with you. the journal here. Database connection failed.
Access denied.
Denied.
Shoot. Well, let's see. Not in Google Scholar yet. We might have to wait on this, which would be fine. But, yeah. Nightfall the Red says, looking at Eubrontes, you can definitely see how birds evolved from dinosaurs. I mean, it's cool that you say that, because when these kinds of footprints were first scientifically studied, or semi-scientifically studied, that was the original conclusion. When the Reverend Hitchcock was studying these things way back in the day over in Connecticut, he thought these were from giant birds. There. Let me see if I can find you a clip here. Transcript here. There we go. Excellent. Here we go. And there's some Eubrontes in there, I presume. I don't think these are all Growlitor. I think we've got some big Eubrontes in there as well. And yeah, Noah's Raven. There you go, Eubronte. There you go, Andrew. Yes, absolutely. Glad we were able to find this. This is cool. Here. It's cool to think about, you know? This idea that footprints are a way of almost transporting yourself back to that time. There's something very immediate and visceral about the trackway of an animal. Like, this creature walked here. You can see how big it was. You can see how fast it was moving. It's a remnant of the animal's behavior. It's a snapshot into its daily life. It's a record of this creature behaving and, you know, being alive. Very different from a bone or a skeleton than the remains of the dead creature. Here is the remains of the living animal during its life. That's super cool. for a decent video here, and it's kind of disturbing on YouTube how many of these are just much of this is just creationist nonsense. Dinosaurs in Noah's flood. YouTube is such a cesspit sometimes. But yeah. And Nightfall the Red says, it's crazy to think that Reverend Hitchcock thought that dinosaurs had feathers, even though he thought they'd be ancient flightless birds. Well, he didn't know what dinosaurs were, to be clear. The word dinosaur didn't exist yet when he was studying these things. So it's almost like he discovered dinosaurs from first principles, so to speak. The word dinosaur wouldn't even be published until 1842. This guy here found evidence of their existence, fossil footprints, and just from that, he was able to kind of understand dinosaurs better than anybody else on the planet. Again, he concluded these were giant flightless birds, which is a better description of dinosaurs than Richard Owen had years later, or Gideon Mantell, or William Buckland. Really interesting. Hitchcock left his mark in paleontology. He discovered some of the first fossil fishes in the United States, published papers on fossilized tracks in the Connecticut Valley, including Eubrontes and Otozoom, that were later associated with dinosaurs, though he believed, with a certain prescience, that they were made by giant ancient birds. I mean, it is kind of that similarity there between the tracks of these theropod dinosaurs and the tracks of birds. It's not a coincidence, you know? Oftentimes you will see depictions of animals like Dilophosaurus, which a similar creature is what made the Eubrontes tracks. It's not uncommon to see depictions of these guys with feathers. We don't know whether or not Dilophosaurus and its close relatives had feathers, but it makes sense from one point of view. We'll be talking about this as we get into our new dinosaur discovery today. Brand new, weird ornithischian dinosaur. Talking about the structure of the dinosaur family tree, who's related to whom, and where different groups came from, and where birds fit into all of this, and hence where feathers fit into all of this. But there's a decent likelihood that these animals had feathers. Dinosaurs like Dilophosaurus and the Eubrontes trackmaker, they very well may have had feathers. We don't know yet. It's one of these things that's still yet to be discovered, which is exciting in its own right. These discoveries are still left to be made. Somebody's gonna make them someday. Maybe it'll be somebody watching this broadcast right now who grows up to be a paleontologist, figures this stuff out, finds some incredible new fossils with excellent preservation to show whether or not these animals did have feathers. Yeah. So yeah. Golganix is pretty good beginner's luck. I mean, that's the thing when we're looking at these tracks like this. Imagine you're a well-educated and curious clergy person in the 1830s, and you find these giant three-toed footprints in the rock outside near your town.
I can see that my
Dinosaur Dave,
1,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the 51 months. Now at tier 3, by the way.
That's got to be close to year at this point.
I think it is, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for that continued support. Really appreciate that.
Imagine you find this. You have no concept of what a dinosaur is because that word doesn't exist yet. Nobody's really, like, studied fossils like that in a scientific way before. Nobody knows what dinosaurs are. And you find these tracks, and you go, well, shoot, this looks like a lot of the bird tracks that I've seen. So you imagine a giant, flightless bird that is kind of shockingly close to what this is, you know? Yeah. So yeah, shouts out to Reverend Hitchcock from back in the day. Kind of getting that whole party started. And shouts out to the intrepid scientists who continue to work on these things and figure them out even today. Martin Lockley, Jim Farlow, Andrew Milner, Jack Davidson. This is really cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. I'm excited to share this with you once, I'm guessing this is a little preliminary, but once this is made public, I'll put some links in the chat. You can check it out for yourself. Very cool. And again, just to reiterate, that is Brian Eng's artwork right there. And Brian Eng is currently in the Bay Area, where I live. Oh, hang on. Forgot we gotta turn on our lights after earlier. Come on now. There we go. Perfect. Brian Eng, this artist, is currently in the Bay Area, and he's making a special delivery to a local museum tomorrow. I just found out about this like an hour ago. I'm gonna see about going to stream with him tomorrow. Yeah. That would be pretty cool. So I'll see if I can make that happen. On my channel or his? My channel, Lenina. Yeah, right here. I think that would be really cool. So yeah, jam-packed week this week. Holy cow. I'm excited. Wait, before I forget, let's get into Metazoa here before that whole thing resets. Henrik Soul says, Starfleet, United Federation of Planets. I suppose so, you know? The Bay Area kind of is the, for better or worse, kind of is the center of the universe in a lot of ways. It's just how it works, you know. Unlucky guesses with today's Metazoa. Well, Petrodactylus, let's get into it, shall we? To our daily animal guessing guest. Oh.
Would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
I'm sorry, the what?
The beast.
Again?
The beast.
Could you repeat that? One more time?
The beast.
I didn't catch it.
The beast.
Again?
The beast.
I'm sorry.
20,000 fathoms.
Demon Prince 1, thank you so much for the 12 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. And there you go. I know, Petrodactylus is so weird. The bees? Yeah. Didn't Nicolas Cage get really excited about bees at one point? He's really happy about them. Anyhow, Metazoa. This is our daily animal guessing challenge. We got to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. Hello, Nerdowino. Howdy, howdy. Good to see you. Let's get a shout out for Nerdowino. Twitch's resident former NASA scientist and current astronomer. Appreciate your ongoing support, Nerdowino. It's good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Nerdowino, we got to try and figure out what today's mystery animal is, so let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
We've got 20 guesses to try and figure this thing out, but you might think, well, shoot, there's what? Several million species of animal today? How in the world can we figure out one species with only 20 guesses? Well, we've got some evolutionary phylogeny know-how here. We can narrow this down guess by guess using an evolutionary family tree of phylogeny. Like this one here. To make it not quite a piece of cake, but, you know, a very solvable kind of riddle. Because as far as we know, all creatures on our planet, everything from bacteria to blue whales, they're all related to one another. And we mean that literally. Every creature on our planet, as far as we know, evolved from a single common ancestor a couple billion years ago. Maybe a few billion years ago. Maybe about 3.5 billion years ago, give or take. But all life on Earth is related. And so we can illustrate those relationships by kind of putting them onto a tree like this. And again, when we say that living things are related, we mean that they share common ancestry. In the same way that you're related to your siblings or your cousins, if you have siblings or cousins, then you share a common ancestor with them. You've got the same parents as your siblings, you've got the same grandparents as your cousins. You can trace your family tree back to those common ancestors. It's the same way with all life on Earth, including all of the animals, which are the subject of the game Metazoa. The clade name for animals is Metazoa. With just 1.421 million species here, that shouldn't be too tricky, right? This game is kind of heavily tilted toward mammals, so I often like to start off with a placental mammal. I find it often shaves a few guesses off right at the beginning, if we can start off extra close. So anybody got any placental mammal? Niffler says sloth. That's a xenarthran mammal, which is not part of a particularly speciose clade. Start with a platypus, says Demon Prince. I mean, that's an even less speciose clade. The monotremes. Yeah, kangaroo is a marsupial, so I like to start with a placental mammal. Yeah, because that's the thing, when we're looking at these non-placental mammals, let's go to our mammals. They're going to be in here. Chordates, lobe-fin fishes, tetrapods, amniotes, mammals. So, if we start off with one of the basalmost branches, things like monotremes, there's only a few species of them, so that might be kind of a wasted guess. Same with marsupials. The placental mammals, this is the vast majority of living mammal species, so I often like to start here. Bat-eared fox, I don't think they even have that, Lord Nubalot, but you can try it. They don't have bat-eared fox. Nightfall says elephant. We could do elephant. I like... And is it Groundhog Day today? It is Groundhog Day today, Wombat Hole, actually. Let's do a groundhog, a.k.a. marmot. Groundhog is right there. This is a kind of rodent. It's actually part of Sciuridae, the squirrel family. Yellow-bellied marmot. I don't know if Punxsutawney Phil is a yellow-bellied marmot, but we'll start here with that guess and go from there. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's start it. And that's a good place to start. That was a really good place to start, actually. Yeah. So, we guessed groundhog, and Metazoa said, nope. But, you know, it's not a groundhog. The best I can do for you today is Boreutheria. So, Boreutherian mammals are, I think they're a subclade within Laurasiatheria, but that's pretty close. So, yellow-bellied marmot is here. We gotta go out from here past the ground squirrels. Ground squirrels and more. Squirrels, chipmunks, and more. Man, there's so many species within Rodentia. 2,000 species. It's like 40% of all mammal species happen to be rodents. Anyway, rodents and rabbits. Euarchontoglires. That includes the primates. But Boreutheria, here we go. Yeah. So we managed to narrow it down in one guess from over 1.4 million species down to just 4,000, because again, it says it's a Boreutherium. But wait, it's actually fewer species than that, because we guessed groundhog, that's part of this clade, Euarchontoglires. But it doesn't say Euarchontoglires, it just says Boreutheria, which means here instead of taking a right, we gotta take a left. We know our critter is a Laurasiathere. So with one guess, we've gone from 1.4 million species down to just 2,000 and change. Pretty good. Pretty good. Now within Laurasiatheria, we've got a few different clades. We've got the Eulipotyphlins, formerly known as the insectivores. It's funny that they're still using that term here. But yeah, this is moles and hedgehogs and shrews and their kin, including Selenodon, which is one of the few venomous mammals. These guys are really neat. Very Mesozoic coated. But I'm guessing, just by the numbers, it's probably not going to be a Eulipotyphlin. It's going to be instead... What are these? Scrotiferans, I think? Is that the name of this clade? I forget. But anyway, this is the bats and the hoofed mammals, both your artiodactyls and perissodactyls. And we also have our carnivorans, like this mink and lions and tigers and bears. And etc. Let's try a cloven-hoofed mammal first. Cloven-hoofed ungulate. Some kind of split-hoofed thing, an artiodactyl. That's everything from giraffes to whales. Nightfall the Red says zebra. Well, zebra is a perissodactyl. So zebras are related to horses, and outside of that, rhinos and tapirs. So they are over here. They are perissodactyls. See, there's your zebra. But I want to knock out these guys first. Cetariodactyls. So give me the name of one of your cloven-hoofed ungulates. This is everything from, again, from cows to hippos to whales. Blue whale says, now let's go with blue whale. That's a good one. Blue whale. Let's see. Okay, it is an artiodactyl. Excellent. But it's not a whale. That also tells me it's not going to be a hippo, because hippos are closely allied to whales. See, they're up here. This clade is called Whippomorpha. This includes the whales and the hippos. It's probably not part of this clade either, unless Metazoo is programmed in a different way than this tree is, which it might be. I'm guessing our critter is either going to be a pig, or relative, or a camelid, member of the camel family. Let's try that. Let's try camel. And see if that gets us anywhere closer. Let's try. And, no. That's frustrating. Not only is it not that, but it's not clarifying the relationship at all here. That's frustrating. They're missing some clades in here on Metazoa. So what did we guess? Well, there's two different directions we could take with this. Oh, and holy cow. Hey, Nick. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Nick Hornacek there in the chat. Oh, here. Nick, you'd get a kick out of this. I got this from a friend of mine who just got back from Japan recently. And I thought you'd appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Brava Alpha Echo, for your gift to Paleo Horn there. Excellent.
Bravo Alpha Echo gifted a tier 1 sub to Paleohorn. This
thank
is
you.
their first big
Bravo
sub in the
Alpha
channel.
Echo. Appreciate that. And no, different friend actually. He streams here on Twitch. He's a friend of mine from my school days. I've known him since like kindergarten. Yeah, he used one of those machines where you put coins in and it spits out a little prize. I started opening this up and I'm like, shoot, I know exactly what this is. It fooled me for a second. I thought I knew what it was, and then it turned out to be something even more obscure. Here, I'll see if I can replicate that for you here. I'll just show part of it for the moment. There we go. Okay, let's get some appropriate music going. Just a second here. There we go. Oh, wrong button. There we go. What's this about right here? Wow. And Gashapon, exactly, Lord Nubalot, yeah. Shoot, you got this before I did. I said, oh, looks like Angirius. Nope. There. This is one of the most obscure monsters from the Godzilla series. It's Varan, the Unbelievable. Some might say Varan the Forgettable. Yeah, one of the, certainly one of the lesser Toho films. There we go. Anyway, Nick from Pittsburgh, also a big Godzilla fan. So that was a frequent topic of conversation on the field crew for the past 2 years. But there's Varan, kind of reminiscent of a marine iguana in a lot of ways. The creature design is like kind of way too good for this movie. Apparently it was originally planned as a made-for-TV movie, and then that fell through. I guess the distribution company went out of business. And so the folks making this movie had to quickly pivot and turn it into a movie for like theatrical release. And so the odds were really stacked against them producing a quality product. They kind of did the best they could with what they had. But yeah. And Wireframe says that's my favorite Toho monster. Well, I now have a little figurine of it here in my office, which is fun. But yeah. When I was hanging out with my friend Snail Chaser on Friday, I had some errands in that part of the city, and we went through Japantown on the way back. And, I don't know, I thought it might be cool, maybe when I've got mobile data later this month, to do a special stream from Japantown, just walking around. I don't know, I know a lot of folks here, on Twitch especially, are really enamored with Japanese pop culture. So that might be fun for some people to see, but I don't know if I would make that the most entertaining. I don't know if I'm the right guy to be presenting that, you know? So, I don't know. Yeah. That flying scene, yeah, Petrodactylus, it is pretty funny. The reptile version of a flying scene. Yeah. And that's interesting, Pillar. The reason Varan didn't do so well is because Ishiro Honda, I believe, wanted to recreate the original Gojira. That's why it's in black and white rather than color. And why Varan is aquatic, despite having the ability to fly. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. And Petrodactylus, I'm not going to Japan. There's a Japantown in San Francisco. But I don't know if there's really enough to see there to make for an interesting IRL stream. We'll see. I'm exploring options for this month. I'm gonna have mobile data for a whole month, which means we can do a bunch of IRL streams, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I want to do during that 1 month window. So yeah. Anyhow. And you're good, Petrodactylus, no worries. Yeah.
It's
and
a
anyway.
paleontologist version of heaven.
Thank you, Nick, for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm not even sure I know what that is. Modern meerkat. Sorry. Yeah, anyway. We gotta continue with Metazoa here. We need to figure out what our mystery animal is before this window closes. Which I hope is not going to happen this minute. 2:59 p.m. I think we've got until 4 p.m., right? Anyway, we could go one of two directions with this. Our critter is an artiodactyl, but it's not a camelid, and it's not a whale. So it is either a member of the pig family here, or it could be a bovid or a relative of bovids. I don't remember what this clade is called, but it could be one of those guys. Let's try... Let's try warthog just to knock out the pig family. And their kid, this is honestly like a coin flip at this point, but let's try it. Warthog. Why is it taking so long? Uh-oh, is it resetting? Hope we didn't miss our window. What's going on? This is so frustrating. It's like they don't have any clades programmed in more specific than Artiodactyla. This is honestly just a shortcoming in the game, you know? Oh boy. Happy Groundhog Day to you too, Paleo Horn. Phil is like 30 minutes away from me and just predicted 6 more weeks of winter. And you had so you're telling me you had a chance to do something about that, Nick, and you didn't act? You go to that rodent's burrow and you tell him, hey, I know you control the weather. Please, give us springtime, you know? Disappointed in you East Coasters. Letting that big rodent dictate what's going to happen weather-wise for the next 6 weeks. What, did we lose a war? How did things get to be this way, you know? Anywho, we gotta make sure we don't lose this game of Metazua. I've already used 4 guesses and we're still stuck at Artiodactyla. Okay, our critter has gotta be a bovid or something like that. We've eliminated the camel family, Camelidae. We know it's not part of the pig family. It's not a whale or a member of Whippomorpha, the whales and hippos. It's instead gotta be over here. What are the names of these clades? I know this is Bovidae right here, which is all of the bovids. And then we've got these other critters. These must be cervids, the deer family. And there we go, Cervidae. Bovids and cervids and pronghorn together. What are they? Let's go to Giraffidae and then go a couple steps up from that. Part of Giraffoidea. Which is part of Giraffomorpha. Which is part of, there we go, Pecora. That was the clade name I couldn't remember. So this is everything from deer to sheep to cows to antelope to giraffes. Pecora. Our critter has got to be part of this clade. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, when I think of dactyls, I think of pterodactyl. It's the same root word. So pterodactyl means wing finger. Because, in pterosaurs, their wing is made from a super long 4th finger. Here we go. There's the rest of the hand right there. Digit 4, the ring finger, extends way out there. That helps form the wing membrane, hence wing finger. That's what the name pterodactyl means. Artiodactyl means artio finger. What does that mean? It means, okay, even finger, because the artiodactyls have either 2 or 4 fingers on their hands. So these are the hoofed mammals that have cloven hoofs. They either have 2, like a pig or a cow, or they have 4, like, for instance, a hippo. Or a whale, strictly speaking, right? Yeah, there we go. So whales also have 4 fingers. They're just inside of a flipper. Anyway, so it's an even number. Whether it's 2 or 4, it's an even number, hence artiodactyl, even fingers. Anyway, our critter here is got to be some sort of a pecoran. Let's guess something like... I think we had bison not too long ago. Right? We were talking about bison. It's going to be a different kind of pecoran. Could be something like a sheep, but just thinking by the numbers here in this clade, I think the most speciose group is the bothids. 137 species, as opposed to the cervids, who have 46. Let's go with a bothid. There's just higher likelihood it's going to be one of these guys. And we can try and be clever about this. 23 species there, 114 there. This is the antelope and goats. Let's try a goat. Let's try maybe, have mountain goat. Let's just try sheep. See if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, it is part of the sheep family. Excellent. We are out of artiodactyl purgatory here. Cool, cool, cool. It's part of Caprinae, which is the goat subfamily, but it's not a sheep. Our only other option might be goat. Huh. Here we go. Bighorn sheep. We'll go backwards from there. Alright, let's see. Caprinae. Sheep and goats. Who else have we got? Just in case it throws us for a loop. Chamois, Barol, Tars, Ibexes. So it could be an Ibex or a muskox, I guess. Do they have muskox as an option? They do not. Do they have... They do have Ibex. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna cheat here a little bit, but I'm gonna be honest and forthright about how I'm doing this. The way I see it, we've got two options here. We could either do Ibex, or we could do goat. It has both of these. I happen to hear from somebody in chat that they had a lucky guess, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they probably didn't guess Ibex. They probably guessed goat. Let's try goat. All right. You ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. It's got to be Ibex, huh? Well, it's within genus Capra. Is the Ibex within genus
Join
Capra?
us
I'm not so
as
sure
we
it is.
unravel some of the mysteries of these incredible creatures from our past. These
holy cow.
terrible
Emma
lizards.
McGann and their 73 raiders want to hear
Hang
about
on
those
just a
terrible
second.
lizards.
Thank you, Emma McGann, for the raid. How is your stream? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Shoot. I don't think I've seen that name before, have I? Looks like you were doing some music. I hope you had a great time with that. Here, we'll finish up this game in just a second, but first I want to introduce some of the new folks to our channel here. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Here, this will help explain what this channel's all about and who I am and all that good stuff.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Welcome, welcome, everybody.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating.
Well, hang on a second. You can't see his head, but there's Nick right there. Paleo Horn, who just joined us. So, one of my crewmates in the field.
What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Well, there you go. That's what we're all about here. And thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for gifting Emma McGunn. I appreciate that, Urgle Wurgle. Emma says, hi there. You're my new favorite stream to lurk in
Tier
recently.
1 to Emma McGann. They've gifted 197 months in the channel.
And hang on. Sorry to be so all over the place here, but that is 6 months from Urgle Wurgle there. 6 months! Thank you for your generosity there, Urgle Wurgle. Emma says, you're my new favorite stream to lurk in recently? Well, you can lurk to your heart's content without seeing any ads for the next 6 months. Thanks to Urgle Wurgle's generosity there. I appreciate that tremendously. Both the raid and that 6-month gift sub. Thank you, Urgle Wurgle. And Mark Melvin, 10 gift subs there. Holy moly. I appreciate that generosity.
Mark Melbourne is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Overloading the system? What does she mean by that? You've made this Tinamou bird very happy, clearly, but, oh, shoot! Holy cow. Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine.
I tell my kids, you have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
Uh-oh.
What, like the Flintstones?
Good afternoon, folks.
And thank you, Rabid Weenus, for the 47 months there. I appreciate that more than you know. What, like the Flintstones? Correct response. Anyway. What was I saying? All over the place here. This is a live broadcast. These things happen. But 10 very lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad for the next month, thanks to Mark Melvin. We're going to be out doing all kinds of really cool IRL stuff over the next month. So those lucky chatters have gotten very lucky indeed. February is going to be a special month for us. I guess going into the beginning of March, maybe? Yeah. Excellent. We have a T-Rex that visits my treehouse in my stream. It's always fun to lurk and listen here. Excellent, Emma. That's really cool. Sounds like a cool place. Again, if anybody's interested in music and Tyrannosaurs visiting tree houses, go follow Emma McGon right there. Nice. Oh, and you brought these. Says I don't really understand these gift sub things. Can you tell me what to do with them? Yeah, here's some Twitch 101 for Andrew there in the chat. By the way, if you're wondering, like, who's this person asking about how Twitch works? Chat, do you realize this is Dr. Andrew Milner, dinosaur paleontologist, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site and Museum. We did a bunch of streams with Andrew back last spring, and might be doing some more this year. We'll have to see. But anyway, Andrew's usually too busy, has too many important things going on, you know, to learn the intricacies of how Twitch functions. And not a Anyway, not a doctor, what do you mean? Andrew, if you don't have a PhD, I'd be very surprised. Anyway, we're not credentialist here. It's not like it matters. But, anyway. I can say Andrew Milner, most recent recipient of the much heralded well, here, let me see if I can pull that up. There we go. The Morris F. Skinner Award for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Andrew won that this year at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Birmingham, England, UK. So anyway. Really glad that you got a gift sub there. All that means is that you don't have to watch any ads here for the next month. A subscription is, it's a way of supporting a channel here on Twitch. So if people want to support my mission of science outreach and education, they can subscribe to the channel. That can be on a recurring basis, or it could just be a one-time thing. But it just means that, like, you're supporting the broadcast, and it gets rid of all the ads for you for that month. So, Andrew, you got a gift sub from the Lenina in chat, one of our stalwart moderators. So Lenina just paid $6 so that you won't have to watch any ads for the next month. There's other perks that come along with that too, but the ads are really the most pertinent thing. It means you get a little badge next to your name and all that. I like not watching ads, says Andrew. Me too. Yeah. So anyway, that's pretty much mostly what it means. You can subscribe to show your support and to, you know, help fund what I do here. That's how I make my living, is by people subscribing. But as a perk, you don't have to watch any ads when you subscribe. And you can gift subscriptions to other people. That's what Lenina did for you. And yeah, Lordy says, Danny, get some of the $6. It's not just $6 to Twitch. Exactly. I've got a special 70-30 revenue split. Most people who stream on Twitch, they only get 50% of the proceeds. Twitch takes the other half. But with me, given my, since I'm above a certain subscription number threshold, I get, here we go. $6 times 0.7 equals, I get $4.20 for every subscription per month.
Wow.
That's not bad, you know? Of course, Diatom's Attack would make that joke. How are you doing, Diatoms? We've got several prominent researchers in the chat. Diatom's Attack is a paleoecologist and diatom specialist who also streams here on Twitch on occasion. You should go catch his streams when they come on. Make sure you follow so you know when they're coming up. But, yeah. Paleolimnologist. It's not like limulus, like a horseshoe crab. What is paleolimnologist? How am I not familiar with this term? Limnology is the study of inland aquatic ecosystems. Okay. So limnology is that freshwater ecology? Is that the idea? Huh. Lakes and rivers. Okay. Are there people who specialize in just one subset of that? Fluvial or lacustrine? Anyway.
You brought Beast One is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Andrew, you didn't have to do that. Holy cow. Andrew, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Shoot, that was unexpected and much appreciated. You did not have to do that, Andrew. Holy cow. Ain't no thing. I appreciate it, Andrew. Holy moly. Seriously, you do. We owe you so much here for, involving this community with your work down in St. George, contributing to the science as you do. You do not have to do this. I really appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you. Shoot. He was sandbagging us. He knew what gift subs were, says Claire. I think he just learned in real time and acted on that knowledge. You helped us too? I do my best, Andrew. It was an honor to be able to contribute anything at all. And I'm hoping we can do some more stuff this year, if you have room for me. We'll see. Mutual support, the best support there is. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. It's really funny that you mentioned that there, Nick. Nick asked, did you hear about the new Rhabdodontian species reclassification? I dodged a major meteor, not including them. Oh no, that's definitely news to me there, Nick. I definitely didn't interview one of the lead authors on that project. I did, didn't I? Where's the vlog? Oh, here it is.
To Utah, which is of course a massive hardship, as you can imagine.
Oh, you back in September. We had you on.
Well, I've already told you all about my drinking habits, right? So there you go. You've got most of me.
Susie made month there. Susie's great. Let's get into your background a little bit. So, like, where did you grow up? How'd you get interested in fossils? How'd you get to where you are right now? So we were talking all about Oikoceratops and Rhabdodontian reclassification and all that.
Which is actually, if it wasn't all covered in trees and houses, we would have as many dinosaurs here as we do in the Western US. So the rocks under me right now are from the Wealden group, which are early Cretaceous in age. And they have some of, the first dinosaurs ever found. So actually Gideon Mantell, who found the teeth that were first, he realized these were the remains of giant reptiles that were extinct, and nobody else had ever.
Anyway, so we go into a lot of detail about the new, a fair amount of detail about the new paper and all of that. So, Nick, you should check this out, actually.
Hips, when you look at the hips, I mean, do you know, in 2012, I think.
Oh, hang on.
As tall as a 2-story building, he could kill almost anything that crossed his path.
Thanks for 42 months of interesting streams.
Thank you, Diamond17, for taking mercy upon us. Thank you for the 43 months of support. Holy cow. 43, 42, whatever it is, I appreciate it. Thank you, Diamond17. Thanks for keeping me here on the air.
I wrote a paper. I was working on the evolution of quadrupedality in ornithischian dinosaurs. And I looked at Zalmoxes. I looked at all of the ornithischians in the NHM's collections. And I looked at Zalmoxes and I was like, the hips on this animal are super weird and they don't look like any other iguanodontian at this part of the tree. They're very, very strange. In fact, they don't look like any other iguanodontian at all. And do you know what? So I made it. I said, actually, and I have a paper in which I say, Zalmoxes is...
So anyway, this is why I thought this would be interesting for you,
and
Nick.
this is a sort of independent evolution of quadrupedality on the line of iguanodontia. So you've got all these bipeds and then you've got Zalmoxes shooting off to be quadrupedal, and then you've got quadrupedality evolving later among sort of, more hadrosauroids.
Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Again, that link is, I'll repost it again. And clips go to the week. Thank you, Claire. We'll get to that in a minute. First, we got to figure out Metazoa before I run out of time there. And Taser says, if you remember me, my son still watches you, but he's 14 now in high school and in Very cool, Taser. Of course I remember you. How are you doing? Welcome back. I feel like it's been a while. Glad to see you here in my chat. Things are good. This is high school. Holy cow. Time flies, right? Anywho. Let's finish up Metazua here before that gets away from us, before we get any more big raids or sub-gifts or anything like that. We are currently stuck in genus Capra. And, we've already expended 6 guesses. This is really messing with my, my average here. So, this is within the goat genus, Capra. Is the ibex, because I know ibex is one of the options here. That's one of the ones that they have. Is that within genus Capra? There's the goat, the goatest of all time, Capra hircus. But also we have, Siberian ibex is Capra siberica. I bet you that's what this critter is. There's also different kinds of ibex. Like this is a... Oh, this is a Capra ibex. Okay. But how does that make sense if these are a different genus? There's something screwy going on here. This is probably a group that needs some reevaluating. Needs some sorting out. Because if this is genus Capra, and this is genus Capra, well, presumably this is a node right here, so these should also be genus Capra too. Or maybe this genus needs to be broken up. Something is wrong here. Yeah. Anywho, it's gonna be ibex, huh? Here. You ready? It's gotta be it. It's gotta be it.
Hold on to your butts.
That's it. Alright, we got it. Finally. Seven guesses. That's, not my finest work. Certainly not. Let's post that real quick. Anyway. Let's take a quick look at these critters. Alpine ibex. There's whole, like, hour-long documentaries about these guys on YouTube. This is actually kind of impressive. The science of goats. But let's take a look at this, actually. I think this will be worthwhile. The PBS Digital Studios usually does
Alright,
pretty
Joe,
good stuff.
We need some new episodes.
Maybe something quantum.
Airplanes, how do they fly? It's magic, right?
Yogurt or yoga?
Segways, who made them? Can we get rid of them all?
Hopefully. How about bicycles?
Bicycles are good.
Tricycles.
Who invented the bike?
Cartoons are big.
Physics of cartoons?
Why doesn't he fall down?
Yeah.
Goats are rambunctious and playful and hilarious and cute, but what is going on with their eyes? They're part Kermit the Frog, part squid, part I don't even know. Like most other ungulates, goats have horizontal rectangular pupils. Along with their eyes being on the side of their head, those slits let goats make out detail and depth.
Wait, hang on.
Nearly 360.
Wait, hang on. Let's not breeze past that.
Like most other ungulates,
do most other ungulates have horizontal rectangular pupils? That's news to me if that's the case. Do giraffes have this? Do pronghorn have this? Do whales have this? I guess if hippos do, then it would make sense that whales would too. Whales and hippos are both part of Whippomorpha. They're each other's closest living relatives. Whale eye. I don't know, that looks pretty round to me. What about giraffes? Do they have rectangular pupils? Maybe. It almost kind of looks like that, but that might just be like an artifact of camera lens. It's hard to say. They have such dark-colored irises. Really, it's hard to distinguish the pupil from the iris. Anyway, this is... I guess some ungulates have this, but some don't? Weird that hippos would have it, but whales wouldn't. But I don't know, whales might be a special case because they've been evolving for about 50 million years to be more and more at home in the water. I think they might even have worse color vision than other mammals as a result of that. Whales might have highly specialized eyes, and so that might be why they're different. I don't know. Yeah.
goats have horizontal rectangular pupils. Along with their eyes being on the side of their head, those slits let goats make out detail and depth perception nearly 360 degrees around their whole body. Now this makes sense if you spend most of your life out in the open exposed to predators, but there's a trade-off to horizontal pupils. They can't see well on the vertical axis, so if you're gonna sneak up on a goat, do it from above. Goats, what's up with the fainting? Sure, it's cute, makes good YouTube video, but that is not how you goat. Fainting goats aren't actually fainting, they remain conscious the whole time. But thanks to a hereditary genetic disorder, their muscles fail to relax after contracting thanks to this mutation in a muscle chloride channel. This condition, also seen in some humans and cats and dogs, is set off when they're panicked or scared. So stop sneaking up on goats already.
Aww.
Or don't. It's actually kind of adorable. Goats love standing on stuff, anything. Sheet metal, cows, trampolines, pigs. Basically, if it's a thing, a goat will stand on it.
Somebody mentioned goat yoga here.
Develop their climbing ability because of their previous mentioned inability to see above or below. But it's also to gain access to food that's out of the reach of other grazers.
Hey, Reiko, good to see you.
Because it's pretty hard to attack a goat on a completely vertical wall. Goats get their awesome climbing skills thanks to their special two-toed hooves.
Yep, they are artiodactyls, like we said, which I just learned means even-toed, which makes sense. These are the even-toed ungulates. Yeah.
The pads of these hooves are soft and grippy, and they can spread out to sort of disperse the goat's weight on a variety of surfaces. Their ninja-like ability makes sense since domestic goats were descended from the mountain goats of Zagros, which sounds like a metal band from Game of Thrones. Goats can make a wide variety of noises, but there's no evidence that they can actually mimic human speech. Rather, our brains are just so fine-tuned to pick out language that we can't help but hear words in their maniacal screams. Researchers at Queen Mary University in London did report that goats can develop certain accents in their voices if they move to a different goat group. In terms of adaptable animal voices, this puts them in the select company of humans, dolphins, elephants, and Madonna, that time she moved to England. They say goats will eat anything. Now, while they probably wouldn't go chomping on explosives, goats are browsing herbivores, meaning that they are curious eaters who will taste pretty much anything that resembles plant matter. Goats actually have nearly twice the taste buds that we do, but seem to have a high tolerance for bitter, sometimes toxic plants. They'll eat cotton clothing or even paper.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you fell asleep. Joe, are you okay?
Whoa, I just had the weirdest dream. We did an entire episode about goats.
Oh, and Nick is asking, do you think some herbivorous dinosaurs, such as hadrosaurids, adapted a similar eye structure to modern grazing animals? I've seen paleo art reconstructions on Edmontosaurus with horizontal pupils. That's an interesting idea. Like, it's an interesting speculation. I don't really know how we would test for that. I think maybe we could use the good old-fashioned EPB, our extant phylogenetic bracket, to try and frame our thinking around this. So something that's unknown for a dinosaur, well, we can look at their closest living relatives, like crocs, who are like cousins to the dinosaurs. Oversimplifying. Or birds who literally are dinosaurs, not oversimplifying. They literally are a kind of theropod dinosaur. I wonder if any birds or any crocs have horizontal pupils. Because if any of them do, then that would suggest that that would not be like an unusual thing for any dinosaurs to evolve, potentially. Especially if they're like in a similar niche, similar ecological pressures to like But I don't know. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I would say yes. We applied that to the Parasaurolophus comic. Did with Louis LaRosa. Interesting. Filippo says they don't, but I think ecological pressure on convergent evolution might be playing a role here. Fair. Also, both birds and crocs might be poorly situated to provide us answers here. Because these are both fairly constrained groups nowadays. They've both gone through like an evolutionary bottleneck, where both birds and crocs used to be far more diverse than they are now. Like in many different ecologies, many different body forms and stuff like that. I mean, shoot. During the Mesozoic, we had crocs who were marine, so they were like ocean-going crocs. Like the Thalattosuchians. Some of them actually developed, you know, smooth skin without osteoderms. They had these fishy tails for sculling through the water. Very different from modern crocs. And similarly, we had these hoofed crocs back in the Mesozoic and the Cenozoic too. Adapted for running, it seems. Some of these may have been pursuit predators, or at least ambush predators on land. And may not have spent much time in the water at all. So anyway, all crocs today are semi-aquatic. They've gone through kind of a bottleneck. Their historical diversity, we don't have it today. And same with birds. Birds went through a huge evolutionary bottleneck at the KPG extinction. It's something like 90+% of bird species went extinct at the KPG boundary. We almost lost birds in the asteroid hit. So, yeah. were there flightless herbivore birds? Absolutely, Mark Melvin. Yeah, you had things like Dromornis from Australia not too long ago. This was a very big, very cool critter. And they got big, you know? You also had things like elephant birds, Apiornis. Yeah, big critters. And these were herbivores. If anybody's going to evolve a rectangular horizontal pupil like that, maybe it'd be one of these guys. Yeah. So Cacklin's Reserve says horizontal pupils would make more sense for ceratopsians and ankylosaurs than for extant. Yes, Cacklin's Reserve. That's the point I'm making. Yeah. And any X-shaped pupils? I don't know. You mean like in a cartoon? Oh, darn. So we do have birds that have that, apparently. Not birds, frogs. Interesting. I don't know who this is. Latoria perroni, Perron's tree frog. Perron's tree frog. Oh, look at that. Oh, I don't know if it's the pupil that's actually cross-shaped. It might just be markings on the iris that make it look like that. I don't know if that's a feature of the actual pupil itself. It might just be pigment in the iris. Called the maniacal cackle frog, too? Interesting. Laughing tree frog. Characteristic uncommon in the genus Litoria is pupils which appear cross-shaped. But again, I don't think that's the actual pupil that's cross-shaped. I think it's just they have pigment on the iris that makes it look like that. Anyway. Very nice, Paleyhorn, yeah. Cool. Anywho, neat. Let's get back to our... We're almost done with the goats video.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you fell asleep. Joe, are you okay?
Whoa. I just had the weirdest dream. We did an entire episode about goats.
Was it any good?
It was bad.
Anyway, goats are cool animals. And apparently, ibex is it's within genus Capra. There's a link to that video. And you know what? That's an excellent segue to get into our ongoing weekly thing, the clipping goat of the week. So let's do that. I have been talking about this for a while. As we continue to expand our mission of science outreach and education, one of the ways of doing that is by making clips. Growing a channel on Twitch is always kind of a challenge. we've been very lucky here in that this natural history and paleontology stuff seems to really resonate with people. And I'm really lucky that we've got really decent viewership here. I mean, shoot. We are currently second in the science and technology category. If you sort by viewership, not too shabby. In fact, actually, that's my cue. Let's probably switch over to just chatting for a while. There we go. A little category change there. But anyway, one of the ways to try and continue to grow a channel like this is to make little clips and then share them across the internet. It's a way of bringing new viewers in and just trying to expand our reach a little bit. And so, to that end, I've been trying to encourage people to make a few more clips. And we're introducing a thing called Clipping Goat of the Week. Where if people make clips, and those clips get views, then, well, you're in the running to be Clipping Goat of the Week. GOAT being an acronym for greatest of all time. So you could be the Clipping Greatest of all time of the week. Each week we have a new one. Let's see what we've got. Kind of sparse today, you know, or this week. We've only got 3 clips from the past week. Is that right? Top 7 days. All right. We've got this. I guess I clipped this one. Let's take a look here. Nope. Shoot. Actually a split in the turtle family tree. So at one point, both of these groups had a common ancestor. There were 2 species that split off from that, and they have since become 2 entirely different groups of turtles. You know? Yes, 2 turtle groups, both alike in dignity, and fair Pangea where we lay our scene. I clipped that by pushing a button on my Stream Deck. I don't think I should be Clipping Goat of the Week, and it has 8 views. That is tied with this clip by Ms. Art Rules. I was looking at her art on Thursday Birds Day. It's funny, chaotic time travel, yeah. Came just in time. Yeah, did you just arrive, Ms. Art Rules? Holy cow. Perfect timing. You had a Ruby Crown Kinglet on it before too. Neat, Charcone. Okay. That makes me more Claire says, I wonder if Twitch lost the rest of the clips from last week. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. It's weird that we only have 3. But here is the one that has 1 for this week. Once it loads. Let's refresh. Try and help it along here. That's awesome. And holy cow, thank you, Murph, for your generous support of science outreach here. Really appreciate that, Murph.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Overloading the system, what does that mean? We've got a lovely theropod dinosaur here, a living one, called a Tinamu. Very excited about your generosity there, Murph. And, too excited. Uh-oh, shoot! Holy cow. Thank you, Murph. He'll be okay. Don't worry about it. There we go. This clip has 16 views. Created by Claire Burr, which makes Claire our Clipping Goat of the Week. Let's get some applause for Claire here. There we go. Congrats, Claire. Excellent. Claire is our clipping goat of the week. I've come up with a whole like video sting about this, but it's not done yet. I could have tried to finish it this weekend, but I instead got a little sidetracked. I made a new leatherback turtle cold open video. I think we'll premiere that on Wednesday. But yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, I always forget to clip. I'm too caught up in the moment during streams. No worries. Yeah. The clips are a really nice thing to have because, first of all, I can download them and put them into our clips reel for the beginning of certain streams. And I'll do that right here. Let's download this one from Claire. Good stuff. But also, if people are sharing clips across the internet on microblogging sites like Blue Sky or on TikTok or whatever, on forums, then that's a great way to get more eyeballs on this channel and bring new people into the stream. So I'm trying to encourage folks to do that.
Anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Claire Burrows 0.
And thank you, anonymous gifter Claire Burrows 0. Interesting, but I appreciate it's because Claire already has, as one of our moderators, Claire already has an eternal subscription there. Got an anonymous gifter with a sense of humor, and I appreciate that. Yeah, it might have been an attempt at gifting Claire, which we appreciate. We do appreciate that, and it still supports the channel. And thank you, I appreciate it. Good stuff. Anyway, we'll get that clipping goat of the week video stinger thing done at some point, but yeah. And you back, Claire, of course. Yeah. And thank you, anonymous gifter, for gifting Claire Burton.
An anonymous
Who is
user
this?
gifted a tier 1 sub to Claire Burton.
What? 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 Good stuff. All right. We're gonna get into fossil news in just a couple minutes. First, I wanted to share something else with everybody. I had a neat thing that arrived in the mail the other day. Out of solidarity with the good people of Minnesota, who are really being persecuted by the federal government at the moment. Solidarity with the good people of Minnesota. I've been looking at purchasing a book for a while, and I realized I could do it from the Science Museum of Minnesota gift shop. They closed their doors a couple weeks ago on what would have otherwise been one of the busiest days of the week in order to participate in the walkout and strike. And, you know, good on them. So I wanted to support them. Said I had my eye on the Princeton Field Guide to Mesozoic Sea Reptiles for a while, so I decided to just go ahead and purchase it from them. Even though it was a little bit more expensive, it was worth it. And it has now arrived, and I want to show that to you real quick. This is some interesting stuff. It's in many ways kind of typical of Greg Paul here, but as we're getting into leatherback turtle research and conservation, I figured it would be a good idea for me to familiarize myself a bit more with sea reptiles of the Mesozoic. So this is a nice way of doing that. Anybody who's looked at any of Greg Paul's books here, whether it's the Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs, or to Pterosaurs, or now to Sea Reptiles, you know that Greg Paul has some interesting views on certain things. So it's best to treat these books as a source of inspiration and like a springboard for learning more, but don't take anything from here as, you know, gospel truth, you know? But there's some excellent
A
figures in here,
secret
these
moment
skeletal
in the very
drawings.
beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And thank you, Tax Art, for the 3 months of support. Appreciate that. Thank you. Here we go. All kinds of weird and wonderful Mesozoic marine reptiles in here. From, love some of these illustrations are a little on the creative side. Got this elasmosaur here. Weird perspective on this guy where the head looks really big, but it's supposed to be closer to the viewer. But I wanted to get this book in particular for the turtles. It's interesting that in introducing the turtles here, Greg Paul is clear that, like, yeah, we don't really know where turtles belong on the reptile family tree. So I wonder if Greg Paul doesn't really buy the hypothesis that they are archelosaurs, that they're allied with the archosaurs. Yeah, here we go. Relationship to other reptiles, uncertain. I don't think this is really the consensus view among turtle scientists nowadays, but it's interesting that even though this book is pretty new, this came out in what year? Let's see. It might have been this year. And definitely some interesting takes on dinosaurs. Exactly, Nick. Yes. Yeah. Oh, 2022. Okay, so this book's about 3 years old at this point. But anyway, it's interesting in that Greg Paul doesn't make much of he doesn't talk a whole lot about where he thinks these different sea turtles belong on the phylogeny, who's related to whom and all of this. He doesn't seem to offer much of an opinion on whether or not leatherback turtles are allied with the protostegids, like Archelon or Protostega. Yeah. It's interesting. But there is a lovely figure of a leatherback turtle over at the beginning. Here we go. So I love this figure because he's got both modern and extinct members of each of these groups. So for the lizards, he's got some Cretaceous marine lizards. These two, he's got a mosasaur and an Agialosaur right here. And then we have the Ora, which is the Komodo dragon, Varanus komodoensis, right here. For crocs, he's got a modern American crocodile, Macrospondylus right here, and Cricosaurus. So these are two marine crocs from the Mesozoic. And then he's got Archelon and the modern leatherback together right here. So Cretaceous and modern. I thought that was neat.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Matt M33,
search
hey.
has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Welcome, Matt. I hope you had an excellent stream. It is good to see ya. How are things? Thanks for raiding in. Shoe Bills flying with love. I love that. The Naoiko, thank you for saying hello. Thank you, Matt, for the raid. Nice. Good stuff. How was World of Warships? I hope it was good. I'd probably prefer peace ships myself, but that's just me. World of Research ships would be really neat. Here's the Glomar Explorer. Here's the Glomar Challenger. Anyway. Always enjoy the game? Nice. Gives me historical stuff to yak about. That's awesome, man. Yeah. Neat. Very cool. Any submarines today? I just think they're cool. But yeah, Charlie's Dragon says, I wanted to make a joke about Greg Paul synonymizing two genera of marine reptiles, but I don't know enough about marine reptiles to pull it off. There you go. I don't either at this point, Charlie's Dragon. It'd be neat to sit down with somebody like Josh Lively or Takuya Konishi. And, you know, just talk about this. Like, being able to recognize the hot takes and the places where Greg Paul is maybe diverging from consensus about this or that. I think that's the thing about Greg Paul, is that even when he's wrong, there's still something really interesting in there, usually. There is always a certain logic behind it that I think is worth discussing. You know, Greg Paul is a legitimate researcher. Sure, he doesn't always... He's not always vindicated in his views on certain things, but there's always like a certain thoughtfulness about it, you know? It's light years different from somebody like a David Peters or something like that, you know? Greg Paul is not a crackpot. I think he's got a different way of looking at things that sometimes is really insightful. Even if he gets it wrong, there's something important to be learned there. Again, very different from somebody like David Peters. Anyway, don't get me started on that. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, so I thought that was a cool book, and we'll be looking at that in the future. There was one thing in particular that really struck me when I was reading through the beginning of that book over the weekend. Greg Paul makes the point that dinosaurs don't ever seem to become marine all throughout the Mesozoic. You have all of these reptiles doing their thing in the oceans. From ichthyosaurs, both huge and not so huge, to plesiosaurs, both long-necked and short-necked, to giant seagoing lizards like mosasaurs, and ocean-going crocs like Dacosaurus here, nothosaurs and placodonts and all these weird guys. As we've said many times, not a single one of these is a dinosaur. Not a single one. These are all different groups of reptiles. Some of which are closely related to each other, and some of them are like on opposite sides of the reptile family
world's
tree.
first armored tank, you might say. That trunk is
Red
completely
Musquet,
covered
thank you
with
for the
thin,
follow.
bony
Welcome,
plates.
welcome. It's good to have you here. Not a single one of these guys is a dinosaur. There were almost no marine dinosaurs during the Mesozoic. In fact, I would say that there are no Mesozoic marine dinosaurs, but that's not quite fair. There's a few that we know of. And they're all birds, like Hesperornis. This is one of the only marine dinosaurs during the Mesozoic, during the Age of Dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs that lived in the oceans were birds, like these guys. All the other dinosaurs are terrestrial, which is interesting, you know? So why is that? Why did dinosaurs, apart from these birds like Hesperornis, why did dinosaurs never evolve to become marine? Greg Paul had an interesting thought in here that I wanted to share with you. Well, first, actually, let me ask the chat. Why do you think, chat, dinosaurs never became marine during, like, you know, their 170-plus million year reign? None of them became, like, ocean-going animals? Why? Why do you think? Any ideas? Oh, and I'm not looking at it. Here we go. Gay Hibiscus says marine is in saltwater swimming and submerging. Yes, yeah. You know, like, you know, they're living in a marine habitat. Reiko says they were scared of the water. Lenina says no job openings. Niche was already occupied, maybe. There wasn't a niche they needed. Competition from other marine reptiles. This is an ocean cold for reptiles. Their metabolism slows down, says Astral Storm. These are all interesting ideas. But each one of these, I could make a compelling argument against. For the niches not being open thing, you know, that didn't stop other groups of marine reptile. Like, we have certain groups that become marine during the Mesozoic. Just kind of, they just jump in and then they go. The marine crocs do this. And they probably started off semi-aquatic, so that makes sense. But mosasaurs, they only really show up in the late Cretaceous. And then they spread out throughout the globe. They're hugely successful, but like, they became marine. It wasn't a lack of competition that caused, or if they could do it, why couldn't dinosaurs, you know? Somebody mentioned metabolism. Well, we now have good evidence that many, if not most, if not all dinosaurs had elevated metabolisms. They were, in common parlance, warm-blooded. And we also know that certain marine reptiles were warm-blooded. They generated their own body heat from within. Critters like the elasmosaurs and the mosasaurs. We know that they had elevated metabolic rates. They were likely endothermic, the same way that, like, whales are today. So yeah, oxygen levels, says Red Muscat. That's an interesting idea, but, like, if that would prevent dinosaurs from becoming marine, why wouldn't it prevent any of these other critters from becoming marine, you know? Belt-fed Yeet says they had thalassophobia, fear of the ocean, like me. I know you're being facetious. That's a difficult one to test for, but I really like what Greg Paul has to say about this. It's thought-provoking. So let's find that. And Nick says, well, actually, Spinosaurus was marine. It fought mosasaurs and swam to Skull Island to eat King Kong's parents. Appreciate you, Nick. I have my doubts that Spinosaurids were really, truly aquatic. Maybe they could swim in the ocean every once in a while, but yeah. Someone clip that, says Bailey Horn. Yeah. Here we go. I thought this was really interesting. Thought-provoking stuff. It's on page 14 of the book here. But Greg Paul writes, interesting and oddly, no dinosaurs, besides birds, become full-blown sea swimmers over their 170 million years of existence. This may be because of the way dinosaur bodies and tails flex compared to those of reptiles and mammals. In both of the latter, reptiles and mammals, the trunk and tail flex the same consistent way within each group, side to side in reptiles and up and down in mammals, facilitating the undulations of swimming. Dinosaur trunks and tails, trunk meaning like a torso, dinosaur torsos and tails were not consistent with one another. The laterally undulating tails of reptiles were retained, but because dinosaurs were erect-legged like mammals, their torsos were most prone to vertical flexion, an awkward combination not optimal for underwater propulsion. And then he talks about maybe egg laying being a barrier too, but some of these other critters were egg layers at first and then developed live young, so I don't know if that's part of it. Turtles also lay eggs. There's lots of marine turtles throughout the Mesozoic and Cenozoic, so I think the skeletal thing really makes a lot of sense. And let me grab my Velociraptor skeleton and kind of help explain this. But Dr. Irrefutable says, body parts just not put together right. Manufacturer error. No, and it's this book right here, Case Picture. Here, I'll be right back. There we go. I'll use this to help demonstrate. So this is a plastic model of a velociraptor skeleton. This is maybe not the best example, but it'll work. So, with a critter like this, you've got the torso and you've got the tail. Among dinosaurs, so dinosaurs all walk with an upright stance. So their legs are directly underneath their body like this. They don't sprawl out to the side like a lizard. But like mammals and birds, who are descendants of dinosaurs, their legs are held directly underneath their body. Like that. Pillar-like. Directly underneath their body. And so as a result of that, when these animals are walking, they're not doing like your sprawly lizard side-to-side thing. So there we go, yeah. They're not doing this, where they're their spine moves, undulates from side to side like this. Dinosaurs did not do that. We know this from looking at their skeletons. We know this from looking at their trackways. Their footprints show their feet very close together as they're walking. Even if they're really big, their feet are still close together, which means their limbs are held directly under their body, and they're not doing this side-to-side thing like lizards do. When a lizard swims, it's undulating from side to side like this. I'll find you a video of like a monitor lizard swimming to help demonstrate this point. There we go. So yeah, here you can see that spine flexion side to side as this big monitor lizard is walking. Dinosaurs didn't do this. No twisting, exactly, Ice Allen, yeah. Yeah.
Can you believe that? We're not getting our pool, are you? Yes.
Just going for a little swim. And look at that side to side sculling like this. Interesting. So that's the whole spinal column doing this. Basically behind the arms. After that, all of the vertebrae are in series, are, going like this, wiggling from side to side, laterally sculling like that. Does that make sense? And then, whoop, let's get out of the pool now. All right, got it? So dinosaurs didn't do this. It's weird in that their tails move side to side, but their back vertebrae did not. Those would actually undulate vertically rather than side to side. And so your torso is going up and down, your tail is going side to side. That's a really, inefficient way to swim. And it's probably one of the reasons why dinosaurs never became fully marine. It's they're just kind of not built for it. If you're gonna swim as a dinosaur, you've got to do it by really kicking your legs. And we do have evidence of dinosaurs swimming like that. But they probably weren't sculling from side to side with their tail in the same graceful way that a croc or a lizard does. They're probably basically just doing a dog paddle the whole time. And this is kind of reflected in that prehistoric planet sequence with the Tyrannosaurus swimming.
Of the land.
There we go. So there's a little bit of sculling with the tail there, and I think that might even be a little too much. I suspect the tail was kind of stiffer than that. In fact, I'm not sure the tail is even really providing any propulsion at all. I think it might just be kind of wiggling because the tail is hooked up to the thigh muscles. You've got that big caudofemoralis, various muscles there that run from the transverse processes on the caudal vertebrae to the femur. And so I don't think that's really like propulsion. It's just that the tail happens to be wiggling during this. You know? Does that make sense? Yeah. So these guys would be foot-propelled swimmers. And it's interesting in that, like, some birds today do this too. Namely, well, the state bird of the great state of Minnesota here. The loon does this too. Although they have a weird kind of gait where their legs are specially adapted for kicking out to the sides, and so they're really bad at walking around on land. But this is how they propel themselves through the water. Super cool. And Charlie's Dragon says ducks swim like the T-Rexes are shown, which makes sense. That's actually an even better example, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, you're right on the money there. Yeah, here we go. So, let's bring it back to normal playing speed. See? Just like your T-Rex. So unlike in the loon, which kicks its feet out to the sides, the duck is really good at walking around on land. Its legs are directly under its body, which is much more, that's the typical dinosaur arrangement. This is how dinosaurs work on a basic level. So the duck represents like the normal state. A loon is like weirdly derived. Ducks, they're doing it like dinosaurs always have. Pretty cool. And does their pelvis allow that? Oh, wide kick to the side to steer? Probably not. So there'd be a certain range of motion for the... here, we'll look at our Velociraptor skeleton again. There'd be a certain amount of motion possible with the thigh bone going into the acetabulum. That's the hip socket right here. Ignore this like plastic prong sticking out right here, but that is the head of the femur, that round part right there, and that would fit directly into the hip socket like this. And so there's a limited amount of range. Like a Velociraptor probably wouldn't be able to do the splits, Yeah. Not going to be able to do, not going to be able to do this as a Velociraptor, Definitely not. We've got more mobility in the way that our legs connect to our pelvis than like a Velociraptor would, or a Tyrannosaurus, or most other theropod dinosaurs. Loons are weird in that regard, and I bet you they've got specially shaped hips or femurs to accommodate that. Let's check on that, actually. A loon skeleton. Oh, we can look at it on Sketchfab. Well. Yeah. Imagine this, but Dino-Kairos. There you go. Heck yeah. Yeah, so look, oh man, that's weird. So look, their femurs go out at an angle like this. It's not straight up and down like it is for Velociraptor. It goes out to the side. So they're with a dinosaur femur. Dakota raptor, which is, this is possibly like an Oviraptorosaur femur or something. But anyway. Oh wait, no, these are different femurs. Anyway, different theropod dinosaur femurs. So, it goes up and then it's almost at a 90-degree angle, the femoral head. So this is the part that fits into the hip socket here. So here's the knee, here's the top of the thigh, there's where the thigh bone fits into the socket. See how it's like almost a 90-degree angle? Same way for most of these guys. For our loon, both the hips and it looks like the femoral head are kind of at a weird angle here. Where it kind of accommodates that bizarre gait that they've got. Really neat. I'll see if I can find you a video of a loon trying to walk on land. Because they're not great at it. Here we go. So here's a common loon trying to walk up to its nest here. And yeah, they just kind of flop around. Not good at walking. Sorry, the camera's so shaky here. Not my fault. Yeah. What's that music? Win some, you lose some. I mean, everything's a trade-off in life, right? So yeah, if you're gonna be a superb underwater swimmer, you might have to sacrifice something in order to achieve that. For these guys, they sacrificed their grace and speed on land for grace and speed underwater. And our loons for this hydrophobic or have a waxy coating? I don't know if ducks actually have a waxy coating. I think they're just... I think it might be the same kind of hydrophobic thing, but... And I don't know, Paleohorn, I think... These guys are fighting against buoyancy. And so they might not want that. They might be like cormorants. Where, where they want to have their feathers absorb water and help weigh them down more. I'm not totally sure. But anyway, here's what they're after. This is pretty astonishing. You know, it's swimming around like a ray-fin fish. Like that same kind of speed and grace and efficiency. That's a bird. This is a dinosaur swimming under the water right here. Just like effortless, you know? So sure, they look really awkward on land, but incredibly well practiced. It's super cool. Yeah. Oh, and here we go. Yeah. Can I embiggen this? A little bit. Vertical video for not just hopping, you know, like a frog or something. Or, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like an elephant seal. But somehow even less graceful, you know? Yeah. Anyway, really cool bird. Those are awesome. I wish we had them where I live, you know? Yeah. And Mark Melvin says, interesting where future evolution will take them. I guess they are stuck due to no live birth. I mean, they've been... Well, let's see where... They might be related to cormorants. Let's see where they belong on our tree of life. Let's look up common loon. I'm guessing they're next to cormorants. Let's see. And Charlie's Dragon says, I think a lot of seabirds and birds in general have to apply an oil from their preening gland to help their feathers from getting wet. Yeah. Almost like a waterproofing compound that their preen gland produces. But I don't know if these guys do that. So we've got various species of loon here. Loons are divers. And they are related... Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. They're related to penguins and Turcos. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Wild. Yeah, I guess their closest living relative is penguins. Maybe. That's surprising. I thought they'd be by cormorants. Let's go to cormorants and see where they are. Suliformes. Oh, okay, they're over there. So they are related to cormorants. But it looks like they're closer to penguins. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. But do loons have waterproof feathers? So I think cormorants don't. Okay, according to the Loon Preservation Committee, who are committed to the preservation of loons, they say for loons, daily preening is necessary in order to maintain the waterproofing of their feathers and keep them aligned. When preening, loons take oil from the preen gland in their bills and use it to coat their feathers. Okay, interesting. So it looks like they definitely do preen their feathers like this, and that implies that their feathers are indeed waterproof. Which, again, I think is different from a cormorant. Oh, they're so cool. Yeah. Loons are equally related to penguins and cormorants, as well as storks and herons. That would make sense, Cacklemsdorf. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Now let's look it up for cormorants. Double-crested cormorant dries its feathers. Here we go. Video from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology here. So yeah, that's why you see them doing this all the time, is they have to dry out their wing feathers. Because they don't have those kinds of oils that I guess loons have. Interesting. Yeah. 30 minutes. Oh, that's so cool, Rathgar. Oh, man. A close encounter of the third kind with a mama loon and her babies. That's awesome. For most birds, wet feathers are highly undesirable because they impede the ability to fly and don't provide insulation. But cormorants dive underwater to catch food. They have feathers that become easily waterlogged, which allows them to dive deeper by preventing air bubbles from getting trapped under their feathers. This is one reason you often see cormorants standing with their wings spread, drying their wet wings after diving. Interesting. Yeah. Very cool. Well, you know who also becomes easily waterlogged? But you don't even have feathers. It's Ms. Sweetie Pie here. How are you doing, sweetie? You having a good day? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. What's up with you, sweetie? Look, there's treats already here. Someone was here before you, one of the other landlords. They left some of the payment here. They just skedaddled. I think it's mini time. It was definitely mini time. What do you think about that?
John, it's Marvin! Your cousin, Marvin Barry!
Hang on a second.
You know that new sound you
N Simple X Pachinko has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
Thank you, N Simplex Pachinko, for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you had an excellent stream. It is good to see you. And things are pretty okay, you know? Currently having a little inspection by one of the landlords here. She's still making sure the camera moves. Oh, look at those fearsome teeth. My goodness. Yeah. Anyway, did you come here to get paid, or are you just looking for attention? Probably both. Probably both. ¿Por qué no los dos? Let's get you some treats. Time to pay up, huh? Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh. Look at that. Look at all those. My goodness, do I need to feed them to you? Here, try that. The good stuff? Is that good stuff? Let's try another one. What's that? Is that up to your standards? How about this one? I guess I can give this away. I've been thinking about doing a 3D printing project using our 3D printer here. I'm printing another. Oh, hang on a second. Let's see if we can fix this camera. That's better. I want to do a 3D printing project. The landlords here. Yeah, Nick, I think you in particular would appreciate this. basically want to make this kind of a setup for Sweetie Pie. And for Mini Pie. So that I can just put treats there and have the camera right there. And then, yeah, they can walk up and get their treat. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So I was looking at stone pillars that I could 3D print over the weekend. We'll probably do that pretty soon. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Might have to get a different camera setup for that to work, but you know. Can make it happen. Have to tie the treat up. Well, I might 3D print a little ant arrow there, and then put the treat on her head or something. I'll figure it out, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, and Mushali, if you want to know what this song is called, it's called, well, it shares its name with a paleontologist. It's called El Sereno. If you just search El Sereno surf rock or something, I'm sure it'll come up. Yeah. Anywho, we're gonna get into fossil news in just a minute here and talk about these two brand new dinosaur genera that have just been published. But before we do that, I've gotta run to the little paleontologist room. Go use the facilities. And so in doing that, let's, well, here, I'll find a cold open video to play for you real quick. And, why don't we do the movie trailer one? We'll do the 65 trailer. People enjoy that. Let me set up this clip real quick. This is a movie that came out a few years ago. Many of us fossil scientists and other people were joking about this because they were off by 1 million years. I took the liberty of editing the trailer in order to make it a little bit more paleontologically authentic. So I'll play that while I go run to the bathroom, and I will be right back. So here you go. Enjoy.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move.
Yeah. That was a lot of fun to make. I enjoy that kind of thing. Anywho, and red muska, yeah, that's a sengi there, an elephant shrew, which are not actually related to shrews, which is a funny thing. Believe it or not, that animal, the elephant shrew, there's a big one here. They get a lot smaller too. They were called elephant shrews because they've got that flexible proboscis like that. But they are actually more closely related to elephants than they are to shrews. This is a kind of afrothere. So they're related to aardvarks, which is maybe not surprising. Manatees, which is probably a lot more surprising. And things like golden moles and hyraxes. Yeah, so they're part of a group called Afrotheria. The Afrotheres are a really cool group of mammals that, as their name would imply, they came out of Africa, or at least Africa is kind of their stronghold. Afrotheria. Elephants, elephant shrews, and more. So there we go. Here's hyraxes here. These guys. And then here's the group that includes elephants and manatees. I don't know what this clade is called, but there's the elephants. Here's the sea cows, including manatees and dugongs. And then here we go, aardvarks. And then here's the sengis, the elephant shrews. There's 15 species. This might be the most speciose clade within, maybe not. Tenrecs and golden moles, I guess, have more species. But anywho, from elephants to elephant shrews, they're not closely related. So I'll show you how far apart they are. We have the elephant shrews and the shrews. Sauricidae. They are not closely related. So shrews are more closely related to critters like bats and rhinos than they are to elephant shrews. So here's the shrews here. That make sense? Pretty cool and weird, right? It's interesting in that shrews and elephant shrews, even though they have similar body shapes, they evolved those independently. Oh, here we go. Beautiful. This is the sort of thing I was looking for. True shrews versus elephant shrews. Key differences. Elephant shrews. True shrews. As you can see here, you can tell them apart based on how they are. Who knew? But yeah, there are a bunch of, like, actual differences. These differences are not what make these critters different. They're different because they evolved from different ancestors. Does that make sense? We don't call one elephant shrews and the other shrews because of these differences. They have these differences because they evolved from different ancestors. They have a lot of similarities, too. But those are things that they independently evolved. There were similar evolutionary pressures on them to give them a similar kind of shape and vibe, but very different ancestors. Is that making sense? Yeah. And some species of true shrew, like the selenodons, are actually venomous, which is really cool. Selenodon is in here, right? There's so many species of shrew. Holy cow, 112? No, 329 species? Where's Selenodon? Selenodons. Oh, they're in a different group. Shoot. Okay, yeah, so these guys aren't actually shrews. Darn, wow, that's cool. Huh. And these guys are venomous. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Red Mosca says, I thought they were just a sleeker looking shrew. I did not know they were different evolutionary tracks. Absolutely, yeah. Here, I wonder if we can find do a video on Sengis. We can talk about this before we do fossil science today. Yeah, check this out.
Question that scientists have been asking themselves for centuries. At different times, they've been likened to moles, dik-dik, elephants, and shrews. And because of their general shape and long snout, we called them...
Let's refresh the page because the closed captions aren't working for whatever reason. Turn those on.
What the heck are these things? That's a question that scientists have been asking themselves for centuries.
Sorry,
At different times, they've been likened to moles, dik-dik, elephants, and shrews. And because of their general shape and long snout, we called them elephant shrews. But as we learn more about them, we're realizing they're weirder than we ever thought. Because of this, their old name is falling out of fashion, and Sengi, their local name, is quickly becoming the standard. These are the Sengi, Africa's secretive sprinters. Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. Sengis, or elephant shrews, are some of the most mysterious animals in Africa. They live close to hundreds of millions of people, but most humans can go their entire lives without seeing one alive. Why is that? Sengis are found in Africa, from Morocco to South Africa. They don't live in sub-Saharan West Africa, but nobody really knows why. Some of the habitat there seems like prime Sengi stomping grounds, but for whatever reason, they just don't seem to like it.
Scurrying grounds, more like it.
There are about 20 recognized species, and they range in size from the short-eared elephant shrew, a perfect ball of fur roughly 13 centimeters long, about as long as a cell phone, to the golden-rumped Sengi, which is about 3 times bigger. But wait, let's back it up for a second. You might be thinking, are these the venomous, echolocating little guys you hear about in the news? No, those are true shrews. They're amazing in their own right, and they deserve their own episode. But stick around until the end of this episode, and we'll show you some of our favorite true shrews. Now back to Sengis. From a distance, Sengis look like classic insectivorans. They might not look out of place next to Selenodons, moles, and moonrats. Yes, moonrats are a thing, but the similarities are just superficial, a case of convergent evolution.
Yep.
Africa was isolated from the Cretaceous to about 20 million years ago. This was a time before carnivorans, rodents, and ungulates made it onto the continent. The descendants of the mammals that lived in Africa back then are more closely related to each other than to the mammals that got there later.
And Ungoy says, awesome opossum. I mean, I want to be very clear. Oh, let me be clear. This is not an opossum. Opossums are a kind of marsupial. So they have a pouch. They've got a lot of other interesting stuff going on. They're not related to these guys. These guys are closer to elephants. Opossums are closer to kangaroos. Yeah.
That means that Sengis are genetically closer to elephants, aardvarks, and dugongs than to true shrews. But anyways, enough about their family tree. Let's look at what these little guys do. Sengis
Some
are
of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Like for Jump Jess. Thank you for the 41 months of support. I really appreciate that, Jess. Thank
Where
you.
does the time go? Thanks for always sharing your knowledge with us.
Thank you, Jump Jess, for helping make that possible with your ongoing support. I appreciate it.
Voracious insectivores with an extremely high metabolism. Some species spend 80% of their day looking for food. Their long snouts probe the ground, and their massive tongues flick food down their gullet. They're like miniature anteaters on stilts. Their whole life can...
But they're not related to anteaters. Anteaters are xenarthrans. They're next to the sloths and the armadillos. They're not related to anteaters.
Consist of looking for bugs, patrolling their territories to prevent other Sengis from stealing their bugs.
You two ought to do it. You can relate.
And trailblazing. Elephant shrews are monogamous, but they don't spend a lot of time together. They share a plot of land, and the female protects it from other females just as ardently as males protect it from other males. But they forage on their own, sleep by themselves, and if one dies, they get quickly replaced. The one aspect where there's some cooperation is trail maintenance. Sengis need clean trails to make quick escapes. A single pebble or twig could trip them off balance and allow predators to catch them. When the females are nursing babies, the males do about 80% of the trailblazing and maintenance, helping her spend less time in the path of predators. If there's one thing we can be sure about in Africa, it's that there are predators everywhere.
And Sengis love to eat them, whether it's lions or hyenas. Sengis are just chowing down. I'm just kidding. Obviously.
Mambas, forest cobras, martial eagles, and Vero eagle owls, among many others, will happily take a Sengi. Thankfully, elephant shrews are fast. They can run faster than the average human and use their network of trails to disappear into the bush. They also know they're quick, and sometimes when they spot a predator, they will scream at it, rather than immediately hiding. This means, hey, I can see you, and I'm faster than you. Don't even try to come at me. And sometimes, it works. Sonic the Sengi would have made a lot more sense than the hedgehog, wouldn't it? There's some speculation that the shiny butt of the...
And speaking of the screaming thing, I think we even have video of that. Here we go.
Take a closer look at that snout.
No, hang on, that wasn't it. Here we go. Salamander got it. It is classic, yes. Salamander, you've got a good favorite video. And then that's when the chandelier falls down on the audience, right? I've never actually seen Phantom of the Opera. And there goes Salamander, yeah. Classic. Anyway, that's a really interesting idea, the thing where, like, they know that they're fast, and so rather than just running away, they'll kind of stand their ground and be like, hey, Predator, I see you there. I'm just going to yell at you, because I know if you come after me, I could just get away. There's a similar, maybe analogous kind of behavior in a critter called the, yeah, the American woodcock. They do this weird dancey thing. And it was kind of a mystery for a while. Like, why in the world do they do this? But when they know they're being watched, they'll kind of do this dance. I didn't add this music. This is yeah. But I've read that some ornithologists think that this is them saying, hey, I know you see me and I see you. So don't even try anything. I'm aware that you're watching me. I'm going to dance for you. You know? Yeah. It's, I think it's an interesting hypothesis. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, so when a predator comes at them and they start doing this, all the predators can't help but to start grooving. So therefore, there's just a dance party instead of getting eaten. Maybe. But it's an interesting strategy. It's like, hey, I'm so unconcerned about you being here that I'm just gonna dance. It's almost like taunting the predator, you know? And just so you know that I'm not making this up or misremembering, let's look it up. Oh man, they've got a bunch of different common names. Labrador twister, night partridge, timberdoodle, mudbat, bog sucker, hokum poke, traininator, brush snipe. I guess it's just the kind of bird that inspires a bunch of wacky nicknames. Rocking behavior. They occasionally perform a rocking behavior where they walk slowly while rhythmically rocking their bodies back and forth. This behavior occurs during foraging, leading ornithologists to theorize that this is a method of coaxing invertebrates such as earthworms closer to the surface. An alternate theory for the rocking behavior has been proposed by some biologists, such as Bernd Heinrich. It is thought that this behavior is a display to indicate to potential predators that the bird is aware of them. Heinrich notes that some field observations have shown that woodcocks will occasionally flash their tail feathers while rocking, drawing attention to themselves. This theory is supported by research done by John Alcock, who believes that this is a type of posematism. That's advertising by an animal, whether terrestrial or marine, to potential predators that it is not worth attacking or eating. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Could this be our bird with horizontal pupils? Interesting idea there, Nick. Yeah. I don't think they have horizontal pupils. Although, it's hard to say, given how dark their eyes are. Yeah. I don't know. Can earthworms even see that well? Well, I think it's more of like a sound thing, a feeling. But anyway, yeah. How did we get here? Oh yeah, Sengis, elephant shrews, true shrews. I don't remember how we got on these. Oh, it was from the 65 trailer. Darn. Well, we've got only an hour left to get through all of our fossil news today. Shoot, we've got 2 new dinosaurs to cover. Let's get into that. Let's start up fossil news right now. Here's the video sting. All right. Tonight on Fossil News. 2 brand new genera of dinosaurs to discuss. 1 new titanosaur from Argentina. Before that, we got our top story. 70 million year old evolutionary gap filled with new miniature dinosaur species. This is something that's really interesting and is the reason why I have this in our backdrop today. Some early Mesozoic dinosaurs, basal sauropodomorphs, and basal ornithischians like Lasutosaurus and Heterodontosaurus. This new critter has the potential to really shake things up in terms of dinosaur phylogeny. This press release here shattered the stereotype that miniature means simple, emerging as a tiny yet highly evolved key to a highly evolved 70 million year old mystery. How are the ornithischians and the Saurischian dinosaurs related to one another? This might have some bearing on it, which I think is really interesting. Let's just go ahead and read this here. In the world of paleontology, the biggest bones usually grab the loudest headlines. That's not always true. But a tiny set of fossils unearthed in northern Spain is proving that the smallest players often hide the biggest secrets. An international team of paleontologists has unearthed the fossilized remains of a tiny new dinosaur named Foskeia palindonum. I just found out about this right before I started today's stream. I'm so busy this weekend that, I didn't even hear about this. The find includes at least 5 individuals, notably characterized by their minute, lightweight body frames. The new species has shattered the stereotype that miniature means simple. It doesn't necessarily. Whatever. From the beginning, we knew that these bones were exceptional because of their minute size. It is equally impressive how the study of this animal overturns global ideas on ornithopod dinosaur evolution, said Fidel Torcida, Fernandez Baldor of the Dinosaur Museum of Salas de las Infantes, who first discovered the fossils. And nice that they've got a 3D model here. I'd love to print this. If it's in the paper, we'll see. Experts note that its weird and hyperdrive skull proves it is a unique biological creature rather than a miniature version of famous relatives like Iguanodon. Foskeia helps fill a 70 million year gap, a small key that unlocks a vast missing chapter, says Thierry Tortosa from the Sainte Victoire Natural Reserve. Microscopic analysis of the fossils confirms that Foskeia was not a juvenile of a larger species, but a fully grown, sexually mature adult. So, I haven't looked at the paper yet, but presumably they did some histo. They cut those bones open, they looked at the growth rings, they figured out it was full grown. Dr. Cohen Stein's histological research, there we go, reveals a surprisingly active biology, the high metabolic rate similar to that of modern birds or small mammals. Confirming sexual maturity is vital for taxonomic accuracy. Yep. It ensures the observed traits are fixed adult characteristics. We've talked about this a lot. Ontogeny, it's important. Small but resilient, Foskeia used its specialized teeth and high-speed agility to thrive in the shadows of dense prehistoric forests. Evidence suggests the animal shifted its physical posture as it grew, a rare trait that allowed it to remain agile throughout its life. But where's the phytodinosauria hypothesis? Because that is kind of what I'm most intrigued by here. Here we go. Tree of Life. The unique anatomy of Foskeia has fundamentally altered the dinosaur family tree. That's a big claim. Let's see if they back that up. New analysis places this tiny Spanish dinosaur as a sister species to the famous, much larger Australian Muttaburrasaurus. Interesting. This connection suggests a far more complex global migration pattern than previously thought. See, a Muttaburrasaurus is from Australia. It's a big animal. Yeah, not a small critter, Muttaburrasaurus. It's also been jumping around a lot on the dinosaur family tree recently. I think we may have even talked about this with Susie Maidmont when we were interviewing her the other week. But this critter is mysterious. It's one of the best-known dinosaurs from Australia, both in terms of fossil material and, pop culture representation. It's long been interpreted as an iguanodont, so related to Iguanodon. But it might be something different. It might be related to Rhabdodontians. Whatever they turn out to be, it's odd. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Nick is here in the chat. So still unsure where it belongs to. Yeah. Yeah. Parts of this are speculative as well. We don't have a complete skeleton for Muttaburrasaurus. So yeah, this, I think, might be all we have of it. Well, this implies something different. Let's see what Greg Paul says, actually. Let's get our Princeton field guide to dinosaurs here. And, check on that. I don't have the latest edition, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think Paul places these guys in their kind of historical position among the ornithopods. Iguanodontians, even, I think. Yeah, Muttaburrasaurus. There's Muttaburrasaurus there, so missing the entirety of the tail. There's enough of it where we should be able to figure out what in the world it is, right? So that is consistent with Ashley Patch's reconstruction here. In fact, that might even be based on Paul's reconstruction. The skeletal here. Yeah, interesting. But anyway, so our new critter is coming out as a sister taxon to Muttaburrasaurus, even though it's from Spain? Interesting. We've got at least 5 individuals. Really important. Yeah. So this connection to Muttaburrasaurus, if that's a real thing, suggests a far more complex global migration pattern than previously thought. Furthermore, the data have revived the phytodinosauria hypothesis.
What?
This is a big claim here. The theory that diverse plant-eating dinosaurs actually form a single natural group. So this is something that I haven't seen seriously considered for probably about a decade now. So I think it was, what, 2017 was the Barron et al. Paper, is that right? Oh wait, no, hang on, no, that was Ornithoscelida. This is different. The phytodinosauria hypothesis is the one that sauropodomorphs, should actually be allied with ornithischian dinosaurs to the exclusion of theropods. So first, let me show you what the traditional view of dinosaur phylogeny is, dinosaur relationships. We gotta learn what the rules are before we can break them, you know? We gotta show you what the traditional view is before I can show you the more off-the-wall hypotheses, the ones that are kind of challenging this traditional view. Here we go. Yeah, this'll work. It's a little old-fashioned, but it'll do. The way that we typically think of dinosaurs and how they're related to one another, we divide them into 2 major groups. You've got the beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. They're the ornithischians. So this is your stegosaurs, your ankylosaurs, your horned dinosaurs with their beaks, and other marginocephalians like pachycephalosaurs, and then your ornithopods, your big beaky plant eaters, your duck-billed dinosaurs, all of them, big beaky plant eaters. And then on the other side of the dinosaur family tree, you have the 2-legged meat-eating dinosaurs like our Allosaurus here, and you have the sauropods, the big long-necked dinosaurs. So we see that here in this chart, too. Featured here in high res. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a fantastic diagram. I love this. But anyway, dinosaurs start right here. So everything from this point up is a dinosaur. And this is, it kind of reflects the traditional view. That on one side over here, oh, here, hang on. Here's what I'll do here. Is, let's take a screenshot and I can annotate it. Do the old John Madden here. There we go. Let's see. There we are. My telestrator. My draw pad. Here we go. Blue pen. That looks good. Yeah, so Dinosauria is right here. So everything branching off from that is a dinosaur. Ignore the crocs down here. Here, we'll, nope. Yeah, here. Dinosauria is... all of these guys are dinosaurs. That includes the birds and the sauropodomorphs. These are all dinosaurs. So we're only talking about the guys in yellow. If it evolved from the first dinosaur, then it is by definition a dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs. It's because they evolved from that first dinosaur if you trace things back to the very beginning of Dinosauria. Alright, this is why dinosaurs are what we call a monophyletic group. We think they all evolved from one ancestral species, which is why they are dinosaurs. Now, traditionally, our view on these guys is that there was a split right at the beginning of Dinosauria. And so on one side, you have the Ornithischians. That's these guys. And then on the other side, you've got the Saurischians. That's these guys. Two houses, both alike in dignity, and fair Pangea, where we lay our scene. Just like the Romulans and the Capulets, you've got the Ornithischians and the Saurischians. So the Saurischians, the so-called lizard-hipped dinosaurs, include the sauropodomorphs, these guys, and the theropods, the two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. This is where birds come from. So this is the traditional view, is that sauropods and theropods are allied together. They evolved from a common ancestor. And then all of the beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, the Ornithischians, your ceratopsians, and your ankylosaurs, and your stegosaurs, and your ornithopods, that these are all Ornithischians. So O for Ornithischians, and S for Saurischians. Got that? This is the traditional view. That makes sense? Ornithischians and Saurischians. This is kind of the broad framework that we've been working with since, like, the 1800s, basically. Yeah. The phytodinosauria hypothesis says, hey, maybe not so fast. Maybe the sauropods, these big plant-eating dinosaurs, maybe they're actually related to the beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. Maybe you know, those adaptations for diet and everything, maybe those are not convergent evolution there. Maybe that's relatedness. So this combines sauropods and ornithischians as sister groups. And the name phytodinosauria, that's the name of this hypothesis, it means plant dinosaurs. So all the plant eaters are potentially together. So this is I think this is pretty similar to one of the things that Bacher was talking about in his 1986 book, The Dinosaur Heresies. Let me find that for you.
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
And thank you to Mangustonion. Mangustonian. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There, in this book, Bacher kind of lays this hypothesis out. It's one of these things that, like, I think should have been explored more in depth in the literature, but you know, that's kind of how it goes with Bacher. Full of ideas, but certainly didn't publish a lot. So, here we go. This is one of those figures that's always kind of stuck with me from this book. It's a really interesting idea. The caption is, kinship revealed in jaw, chest, and hand. Primitive beaked dinosaurs like Heterodontosaurus. You see that classic Heterodontosaurus skull right there? There we go. That happens to be the same one that I have right here. Heterodontosaurus. Those characteristic teeth. There it is there. Heterodontosaurus and Ankylosaurus together. They both had a double breastbone, twist thumb claw, and a low jaw joint, just like that of Ankylosaurs, like Ankylosaurs. So Ankylosaurs must be very close relatives of the ancestors of all the Ornithischia. This is a sauropodomorph dinosaur, and this is an Ornithischian. So this is an idea that has been around for a while, since the 80s, clearly. This book is from 1986. And I want to say it was Peter Galton who actually proposed this idea and really pushed for it. Yeah, Bob Bacher and Peter Galton. Anyway, so this is one of those ideas that it's always kind of been in the background, but it's not always been super well supported, and people haven't always treated it with the utmost seriousness. And maybe we're going to have to do that now with this new paper. It's a great, totally not crazy image of Bacher. It's just dinosaur tape. I mean, yeah. No, Bacher's a character, for sure. That much cannot be denied. But yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, I think paleontology and space science should be taught to school kids in America. Remember, there wouldn't be so many conspiracy theorists? I couldn't agree with you more, Addicted to Capping. You are right on the money there. Shoot. Yeah. What do I say to that? Yes! Yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, on that same token, I really don't understand why there's such pushback in America over funding of sciences. We'll talk about that tomorrow. That's going to be a major topic of conversation. But I don't know. There's a lot of very wealthy, very powerful people in this country who fight tooth and nail against science being taught or science being done in the first place. You know? mean, case in point. The guy second in line to the presidency right now. Mike Johnson, current Speaker of the House. Ew! Vehemently against the teaching of evolution, let alone the funding of evolutionary science, you know? Same guy who's working very hard to try and cover up the Epstein files, by the way. It's interesting how all these things run together, you know? But yeah, like Dinosaur Dave says, they stop it being taught so they can scam and control you all over there. They tried it here and it didn't go well for them. Well, I mean, Australia exported a bunch of its creationists to the United States. That's Ken Ham is Australian. So yeah. Anyway, and we're going to be talking about that tomorrow, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, that's something that I'll be talking about that tomorrow. Anyhow, that's the thing, is that if the general public doesn't understand science, if they're suspicious of science, then people are easier to control, and it's easier to fool them. It's easier to get them to fall for scams and to bilk them of their cash. Actually understanding science and understanding the world around us, that's real power that we can have, you know? People like this don't want us to have that. They want people to be easily controllable. They want people to be scared. They want people to be ignorant. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to, you know? Anyway. And there you go, addicted to capping. I totally agree. Yeah. You know, I don't think that's I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. That if you want to, like, control a population of people, you're easier to control if they don't know what's going on, you know? So yeah. Anyway, back to this new paper in our phytodinosauria hypothesis. Interesting stuff. And they want people to believe in ancient aliens. I mean, you might be kind of kidding there, Jump Chest, but you're 100% right. I mean, just having nonsense like that, whether it's ancient aliens or Bigfoots or mermaids or whatever else, it's a way to, like, take people's natural curiosity and their sense of wonder about the world and shunt it into things that aren't real. I don't know if it's necessarily malicious, but it's certainly useful to people in power, you know? Yeah. Or if they believe untrue conspiracy theories about Bigfoot controlling the government. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. The whole lizard people thing, you know? I don't think it's even like a fringe idea anymore to say, like, you know, people like Alex Jones. If they're not in cahoots with the people in power, which in cahoots, you demonstrate that. But, like, it's very useful to have people like Alex Jones to mislead the public, get them to believe in conspiracy theories that are not true, and also try and make the actual nasty things people do in power seem ridiculous. If you can lump that in with ancient aliens or lizard people or whatever, then it's, I don't know. It's so much easier to just say, oh, well, you know, of course the people in power actually have all of our best interests in mind and everything. And if you think that they're actually there because of a lust for power or greed or usually a combination of the two. No, you're just a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. I want to give a big shout out to Rakadactylus here, who is a cognitive scientist who streams here on Twitch, and this is the sort of thing that he actually studies. This is what his PhD is about. His ongoing research is about this sort of thing. Why do people believe weird things, and how is that useful to people in power who don't have the best interest of the public in mind, you know? So yeah. There you go, Paleomorph, yeah. Are you sure Bigfoot didn't ride on a Spinosaurus? Well, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. 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 And I agree with you, Petrodactylus. I actually know a few lizard people, and they're lovely. By which I mean people who study lizards, like squamate paleontologists. Paleontologists who study fossil lizards. I know some people who work on modern lizards, too. They sometimes get referred to as lizard people, in the same way that, you know, I'm a dinosaur person. I know a lot of fossil mammal people. I'm meeting a lot of turtle people. You know. It sucks that lizard people also means something in conspiracy theory circles, because to me, when I use that in everyday parlance, it means, you know, people who study lizards. You know? Lizards do rule, Petrodactylus. They're awesome. Awesome animals. Yeah. And there you go, Paleomorph, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. We gotta get back to this, because we've got, you know, half an hour now to try and get through this before my normal... We might end up going a little late today, and that's okay. Anyway, I want to talk about this new animal, Foskeia, and... this kind of ties into our conversation here, because this is going to be... I don't know, as scientists, paleontologists included, we're often suspicious of... what was it we said? Suspicious of fundamental novelty. If somebody makes a really bold claim, it's got to be backed up by really substantial evidence, you know? What's the old phrase? I think it's Carl Sagan who once said very sagely, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And at this point, we as dinosaur people like to think that we've got a pretty good handle on how dinosaurs are related to one another at the top of that tree there. But maybe our understanding is actually not as well supported as we'd like to think. At any rate, I'm really interested to hear the opinions of people who are working on dinosaur phylogeny and how different dinosaurs are related about this paper, because they're making some bold claims here, and they're going to need to present some real strong evidence. So the data have revived the phytodinosauria hypothesis. The hypothesis that diverse plant-eating dinosaurs actually form a single natural group, that they all evolved from a same ancestor. So that ornithischians and sauropodomorphs evolved from the same ancestor, independent of theropod dinosaurs. So Foskeia is the missing link that proves plant-eating dinosaurs from different parts of the world were much more closely related than we thought. Really? Okay, they're not going to get into more detail here, but hopefully the paper is open access. Let's see if we can take a look. Anyway, the name Foskeia pallidonum serves as a linguistic map of the dinosaur's physical nature and its geographic origins. Derived from ancient Greek, the genus name combines phos, light, references its exceptionally small and lightweight adult frame, with ske, from boskine, meaning foraging. Its species name honors the Pelindonus, a Celtiberian tribe that once inhabited the Spanish regions of Soria, Burgos, and La Rioja, where the fossils were discovered. The findings were published in the journal Papers in Paleontology. Let's have a look here. And it is open access. This is lovely to see. Oh, yeah.
Access granted.
There is a link for you there in the chat if you'd like to follow along at home. A new Rhabdodontomorph. Interesting. So, like we were talking about earlier, Rhabdodonts have been a group in flux recently. Susie Maidmont's team is kind of responsible for that. I wonder what she would have to say about this. But the Vegajete ornithopod is a diminutive bipedal iguanodont from the Upper Barremian to Lower Aptian, Lower Cretaceous, Burgos Province, Spain. The dinosaur is principally known from disarticulated and fragmentary postcranial remains and was established as the earliest Rhabdodontomorph. However, the nature of this... So this is a dinosaur that's been known about for a while, I guess, from bits and pieces. The nature of this material did not allow formal diagnosis of what still appeared to be a new taxon due to its particularly small body size. So this critter was kind of fragmentary and really, really dinky. Made it difficult to study. Recently, new cranial elements, we've got new skull material, new skull bones, have been identified. These elements underwent microcomputed tomography scanning, micro-CT scanning, segmentation, and three-dimensional assembly. So, because these bones are so small, they needed like a high-resolution scanner in order to be able to actually study them in detail. And I guess that's what's made this possible, is relatively recent advancements in imaging technology. And segmentation too. So this means that there's going to be a lot of rock stuck to these bones, but if you scan everything and look at it in the computer, you can kind of digitally remove some of that rock. That looks like what they did here. We here name the Vegajete ornithopod Foskeia pelindonum, new species, new genus. It was diagnosed by a high number of unique features, such as the possession of fused premaxillae. Interesting. So the bones in front of the jaw are fused. Procumbent premaxillary teeth. So the teeth on those bones stick forward. One filiform first dentary tooth, and an elevated craniomandibular joint. Interesting. This might be what Galton and Bacher were talking about with right there. Simultaneously, we observe a unique ventrolateral extension of the insertion of the muscle adductor mandibular externus superficialis on the coronoid process of the dentary. So we've got interesting things going on with the jaw joint, which might be a link to the sauropodomorph dinosaurs. Answering a number of phylogenetic controversies, we provide an updated, taxonomically augmented ornithischian phylogeny toward poorly sampled regions of the ornithischian tree. So Rhabdodontia is defined as a restricted clade of European Rhabdodontomorphs. Rhabdodontomorpha is nested with the base of Chylopalexia. So these are the ornithopod dinosaurs with thumb spikes. Thescelosauridae includes Tenontosaurus, and Dryosauridae includes Elasmaria, which is a group of largely Gondwanan ornithopods, I think. Weird. So what happened here is that this new dinosaur, which is really weird looking, gets thrown into the computer programs that you make the family trees with, phylogenies, and it really shakes things up. There's a lot of different ways that can happen, and there's a lot of different goofs that you can make there, but there might be something really cool and interesting here. Again, I want to... Here. Here's like one of the most simple explanations of cladograms of phylogenetic trees that I can find for you. Here, this is a clip we've seen multiple times
Evolutionary
before, but
characters.
it's useful.
The method is called cladistics, a system
And I love that since this is from the early 1990s, some audiences are still kind of unfamiliar with the concept of a computer. So, like, they really kind of make it simple here, which I think is important. Take a look.
Systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not.
Anyway, this is basic classification.
These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs.
Yep.
And these two are closer still because only they have feathers.
Yep.
The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
And so here's the interesting thing is that when you're making a cladogram like this, use a computer to do it because you're usually using more than one single character. You could have hundreds or even thousands of characters. Characters are like, these are different characteristics, different traits, different things that these critters have. And you program those in as like ones or zeros, and then it'll create a tree for you that makes the most sense. There's different ways to make it make the most sense. You know, you have parsimony, you have various likelihood methods and things like that. We don't have to get into that right now. At some point, I want to bring on Jacob Gardner, old friend and former roommate of mine from when I lived in Montana. This is his jam. This is what he does. He's an expert in phylogenetics, especially like Bayesian methods and things like that. But he'd be great to talk to and hopefully really good at explaining this kind of thing. But anyway, we have to come up with characteristics for these critters. And then we program those into a computer and it spits out a diagram like this.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers. Because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle.
Yep.
Right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails, and we're big.
Yep.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles. The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
So this is super, super simplified. Nowadays, oh man, you'd have a lot more characters than just this, but anyway, each of these 1s and 0s and 2s represent different character states. So like Archaeopteryx might have a 1 here for, I don't know, the presence of Furcula, and then Deinonychus has that too, and so does Ornithomimus, so they all have a 1 here, just for instance.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs.
So, here's why I'm bringing this up. One of the big claims in this new paper is that by adding this new dinosaur to existing data sets, they can change the whole topology of the tree. So the relationships between different dinosaurs shifts when you throw this new guy in. Which is interesting. There's a few different reasons why that can happen. There's a lot of different reasons why that can happen. And much of that is like outside of my realm of expertise. I'm not the right person to be evaluating whether or not a phylogeny has been done properly, you know? But yeah. And welcome, Marion. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. So yeah, let's take a look at that. They've got to have some new phylogenies in here. But here we go. Here, maybe some of those... yeah, these are just different pieces that they have. They've got a bunch of fragments, it looks like. Distal extremities of metatarsal 3. Right, distal diaphysis fragment. Lots of bits and scraps. It's going to make it more of an uphill battle to be able to really convince people that this material should really shake up the entire dinosaur family tree. But I don't really have a horse in that fight. And anyway, let's get to those phylogenies. Holy cow, this is a long paper. References. Let's scroll up until we see a phylogeny, a family tree. Here we go. Oh boy. Figure caption. Strict reduced consensus tree. So that's the kind of thing they made. So strict reduced consensus. Jacob could actually explain to us what exactly that means. But I guess this is like when you run a bunch of different phylogenies and then you get different results in a bunch of different ones, but here's the part that they agree on. That's like a strict consensus tree. Is like among all these different results, these are the parts that keep coming out the same. I think pretty sure that's what a strict consensus tree means. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Nick. Yeah. And Paleo, yeah, Jacques Gauthier probably was just doing that for the camera in that clip, but yeah. Okay, so this is the tree that they've got. Here's our new no. There's our new critter in red. Foskeia pelendonum. Right here, coming out as sister to Fostoria and to Metaburosaurus? That's really weird. Fostoria, I think, isn't Fostoria from the Jurassic? I might be thinking of a different critter. I think I'm thinking of Fosterovenator, actually, which is named after John Foster. Fostoria is a different animal. And then there's Metaburosaurus from Australia right there. Showing up like next to the Rhabdodontia and the Iguanodontia. Interesting. Huh. This part over here might already be out of date because I bet you they were working on this paper before Maidmont's team's paper came out, showing that Oikoceratops is indeed a ceratopsian, and some other rhabdodonts are actually ceratopsians too. But interesting stuff. This is one of these things where I'm not going to have too much to say about it right now.
From prehistoric time.
And Gridra, what a great name. Thank you for the follow. Gridra, like, this animal, this monster consumed dollar bills. Gridra would be a good name for it. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Nick. Important input here. A strict consensus tree is a tree that represents branches and clades in all input trees. It collects and summarizes all trees recovered. That makes sense. Yeah. So it's basically, yeah, it's taking the parts that these different trees agree on and just giving you those, right? And greetings to you too, Gridra. How are you? Welcome to Paleontology. Fostoria is from Lightning Ridge. There you go, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. I was getting Fostoria and Fosterovenator mixed up, I think. Yeah, Foskerovenator, which I think is known from like a single leg bone. Anyway, it is named after John Foster, I believe. It means the Foster Hunter. So maybe that's actually an implied threat to John Foster. But anyway, whether or not this critter is valid is, I don't know. Anytime you're naming a new dinosaur, even in a really well-studied formation like the Morrison, when you're naming it based on just a few elements, that's, I don't know. Just, this is a hot take, but I'm suspicious. You know? Sus. Anyway, it's named after John Foster, right? Yep. It honors paleontologist John R. Foster. Cool guy. I like John a lot. John Foster happens to be married to our very first ever interviewee on this channel, Dr. Rebecca Hunt Foster, who is the official park paleontologist for Dinosaur National Monument in Utah and Colorado. There we go. Everybody loves Rebecca. She's awesome. And she and John are kind of a paleo power couple. Cool people. There's majority rulers. That makes sense, yeah. Oh, and very cool. Nick got to meet John and Rebecca. Nice. They are very nice people. They're great. Ton of respect for them. Oh, and here they are together. Going, why did we become paleontologists? I think that's John there on the left. I know that's definitely Rebecca. But yeah, after they're doing some jacketing in the field, looks like. Yeah. Anywho, so interesting paper. This is the sort of thing that I'm not going to be able to say too much about right now because a lot of this is outside of my realm of expertise. But it'll be interesting to see what other paleontologists have to say about this. And, yeah, their definition of Rhabdodontia here is going to be interesting. I wonder how much of this still holds true even after the publication of the new Oikoceratops paper. Yeah. But I do really like that they've got 3D files for this. I bet you that's in the supplemental info. Take a look here. Where is our sub-info? Supporting information, they call it here. Character scoring modifications, data matrices, character list. I hope they actually have the 3D files that other people can look at. Morphosource data. Okay, cool. So they've got it up on Morphosource. Good. Nice. We talked about Morphosource a little bit last week. Let's see if we can find this. Sure I'm not a bot? I promise I'm not. And there we go. Yeah. restricted download, so we can't download these right away, but you could email the authors in order to get hold of this. And look at it yourself. Looks like they've got a ton of different elements here. Nice. Very cool. Yeah. Anyhow. So neat. We shall see whether the conclusions here hold up. Science is always an ongoing thing. We're gathering new information all the time. We're making new discoveries, conducting new experiments, and our conclusions will change as new information comes in. Science doesn't stand still. It's always changing. It's hopefully always advancing, as long as we have the ability to do our work. Lack of funding can often put the kibosh on that, especially nowadays, but that's the thing to really emphasize about science, is that it's a process. It's something that's ongoing. The same way that, shoot, we're what, 4 weeks into 2026? And we already have how many new dinosaurs? 1, 2, 3, 4 new dinosaurs. And then it's probably, I guess we're 5 weeks into 2026, huh? It's pretty good. We had 40-something new dinosaurs last year. We're off to an okay start, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. I guess if there were like one major takeaway from this paper, even for people who don't maybe know a ton about dinosaurs, Mary Young, you say you don't know anything about dinosaurs? Well, here's something that you can take away from this new paper. I'll give you a link to the press release here. It's that paleontology, like most, if not all sciences, is always changing. We're always finding new things. We've got a new dinosaur here, and it might shake up our understanding of how different dinosaurs are related to one another. We'll see if it holds up. Science is constantly changing, and it's also a collaborative thing. There's a bunch of different people working on this stuff. Using different methods, using different data sets, using different fossils in this case. There will be disagreements. There will be controversies. There will be uncertainties. The more information we gather, the more fieldwork we do, the more science we carry out, the more confident we can grow about certain things. The better an understanding we'll have. And at the same time, every new discovery yields new mysteries, new questions, new avenues of inquiry. That's really exciting. Science never stops. There's always more to learn. Speaking of more to learn, we've got our other new dinosaur just published. And like Foskeia, hang on, did I say that right? I'm not forgetting the name of our new dinosaur yet. Yeah, Foskeia. Our other new dinosaur is called a Yanid. Paleontologists unearthed new species of titanosaur in Argentina. Named Yanine husseyi, the new species roamed our planet approximately 83 million years ago in the late Cretaceous. Lovely illustration by Gabriel Leo there. You know, not the most different looking of titanosaurs. There's some titanosaurs that look pretty strange. This one, well, it's probably a pretty conservative reconstruction because I'm guessing they don't have a ton of material from it. But we'll see. Again, contrast that with this animal, which has got a really weird looking skull. Kind of it's got kind of a bucktooth thing going on there. But yeah, well, we didn't even talk about the posture or anything.
Access granted.
Oh, this press release is so much better. Shoot. Anyway, growth trajectory of this new animal, which may have gone from quadrupedal to bipedal over the course of its lifetime, if that's what they're implying here. But also developing a longer lower leg over its ontogeny. Note the proportionally smaller forelimbs in the more mature individuals. So yeah, they may have been moving to a more bipedal, like strictly bipedal lifestyle later. Interesting. I don't know. Weird that they didn't really emphasize that in the other press release. But anywho, our new animal. Our other new animal, Yanine. And do they got the skull? Oh, for this one? I don't think we have a... Did titanosaurs even have heads, you know? I doubt they've got a skull, but we'll see. It would be a huge deal if they did. So this is a titanosaur. Yanine Hosei had a small head relative to the rest of its body. Do they have a skull? What? Oh, man, that would be a big deal. Dr. Leonardo Filippi, paleontologist at CONICET and the Museo Municipal Argentino Urquiza, it measured between 10 and 12 meters in length and weighed approximately 8 to 10 tons. The remains of Yanine Hosei were recovered from the Bajo de la Carpa Formation, in a locality known as Cerro Vera La Invernada in the Nequén province, Patagonia. This material represents one of the most complete skeletons of a titanosaur from this region, so they have more material than I suspected. Oh, exciting. We've got 6 cervical verts, those are vertebrae in the neck, 10 dorsals, those are vertebrae in the back, with associated ribs. Gotta have them ribs. Oh yeah. The sacrum and the first caudal vertebra. Very nice. That's really exciting. That's really exciting. Gotta have them ribs. Hang on a second. Yeah, cool. In addition to the holotype individual, paleontologists identified remains of at least 2 other sauropods at the site, including a juvenile specimen and another adult titanosaur that appeared to belong to a different, as yet undescribed species. So hopefully that'll be coming out soon too. Phylogenetic analysis indicates that Yanine Hosei is closely related to Nadambuena titan and Overasaurus, as a basal member of an unnominated clade of derived non-lithostracian saltosauroids. Like I said, those are by. I love the. Any sauropod people in the chat know exactly what that means, but everybody else is like, what? What? But I love the idea of like a very precocious little kid who really loves titanosaurs, and you're like, well, what's your favorite titanosaur? And they go, I really like the unnominated clade of derived non-lithostracian saltosauroids. The evidence provided by the Cerro Vera La Invernada sauropod titanosaur fauna suggests that, during the Santonian epoch, Santonian stage of the Cretaceous, species diversity was relatively high, and at least 2 lineages coexisted, the Colossosauria and the Saltosauroidea. This finding makes the Cerro Overa la Invernada area the one with the greatest diversity of titanosaurs for the Santonian of the Niken Basin, which makes it an exceptional area to understand the evolution of dinosaur faunas for this period. Unfortunately, it looks like, since this paper is in the journal Historical Biology, which is, you know, it's not a bad journal, but it is, unfortunately, paywalled.
Access denied.
So we're not going to have a chance to look at this today. Yeah. So, and need help with the paper? I mean, yeah, if you've got access, that'd be nice to look at there. Starmy, there's a link. You can email that to paleontologizing@gmail. If it's not too much trouble, we can take a look at that real quick before we wrap up. Yeah, that'd be great. Appreciate that, Starmy. Under normal circumstances, I'd try to pick this up tomorrow if I was going to spend some time in Berkeley, but it looks like I might be doing something else tomorrow. We'll see. So, yeah. Responses to the various folks I've been trying to contact. Oh, cool. Excellent. Yeah. Got a confirmation from Dr. Jeanette Weineken that we will be interviewing her on Wednesday. Very excited about that. And, yeah. Oh, and I'm aware, question of the bud, yeah. I have various other ways of trying to get hold of papers too, but usually it's like we're encountering a paper for the first time while I'm streaming, so it's live and I don't really have time to email the authors. But yeah. Occasionally, I have had this happen before where I will email one of the authors on a paper that's paywalled. Be like, hey, you know, I'd love to be able to read this. I think this is really interesting. Would you mind shooting me over a PDF? On numerous occasions, I've had researchers reply and say, no, you have to pay for it. Because it turns out that they're also, like, employed by the journal. Or they're, like, chief editor for the journal or whatever. I've had that happen on multiple occasions. Yeah. It happens. But that is really good advice in general. If, for anybody watching, if you ever really want to read a scientific paper and you don't have $40 to spend on it or whatever, email one of the authors, the author list. Usually their email address is listed right there, like on the webpage. You click on their name and it'll have contact info. And just be like, hey, congrats on the new paper. This is really cool. I'd love to read it. Would you mind sending me a copy? Most of the time, if they respond, they will say yes. So yeah. It's a large file. Let's see if I can open that. Thank you, Starmy. I appreciate that. Microsoft OneDrive. Yeah, it looks like it'll work. Downloading now. Excellent. All right. Beautiful. Okay.
Access granted.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Starmy. Excellent. Superb. Oh, and Jose Carballo is one of the authors on this. I've never met him, but I'm familiar with some of his work. Nice. All right. So, how much material do they have? Yeah, they don't. Okay, they don't have a skull. That makes sense. I would have been kind of shocked if they had a skull, and I sort of feel like they would have led with that had they had cranial material for this animal. So yeah, unsurprising. I wonder who this guy is here. It's the scale. Number 11. Who is that? Anybody in the chat have any ideas? So what's the small head claim? I think they're probably just explaining what a sauropod is for people who might not be familiar. And they're like, yeah, big dinosaurs, long necks, small heads. That's probably where that was. And I bet you that was translated from Spanish. And so there may have been some awkwardness in the translation. That's often how these things go. That's speculation, but I suspect that's probably the case. Yeah, who's this? One of the village people? I think this is supposed to be a basketball player. It looks like, or it could be a soccer player. I don't know. Argentina, soccer is probably more likely. Lo siento. Football. Es fútbol. Él es un futbolero? No sé. Is that Ronaldo, says Starmy? That would make sense. What is Ronaldo's number? Nope. 7. And sometimes 9? Oh. Isaiah Thomas. His number is 4, it appears. Or at least on that team? I don't know. Yeah. I'm not gonna know who this is, so apologies. And Real Madrid Ronaldo wore 11? Are you saying that we were looking at the fake Madrid Ronaldo? Which edition of Ronaldo are we? No, this is also 7. And Angel Di Maria wore 11. Interesting, Shark. I guess there's a bunch of different Argentine football players who've worn number 11. Di Maria, maybe? I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend that, like, I can figure this out quickly. It's funny how this is like a semi-acceptable form of like whimsical self-expression in a scientific paper. is your choice of scale bar. If you're gonna have a human figure in here, picking the person for this is interesting. With friend Kerry Woodruff, when he was publishing a paper on a sauropod with a respiratory infection. Diplodocid sauropod like this. He had an interesting choice of silhouette. This was Anthony Fauci. He was, I think, at the time head of the Centers for Disease Control here in the States. So yeah. Anyway, I think that's interesting, Reiko. Like an interesting phenomenon in paleontology. I wonder how common that is in other sciences too. To have like a human figure for scale, and then you can get a little creative or fun or whimsical with the figure that you choose. Use a cat for scale. I mean, sometimes we do use cats for scale with smaller critters for sure. Hello, Minnie Pie. How are you doing? Anyhow. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Okay, there was another dinosaur. I don't know if they did this in the paper or. It's not based on good material. Like it's really scrappy actually. But I find this very unhelpful. I don't know how tall that guy is supposed to be. Like, is this a 1 meter scale bar? Or... I don't know. You know? Anyway. Starving says, I bet the heart sign the player makes is the key. Oh, that could be... We are stuck on this. Number 11. I feel like a bunch of people are doing this. Could be this guy. Anyway, there's more important things to talk about with regard to this paper. Anyway, yeah. And Reiko says, scientists need to learn to rein in their whimsy. Not everyone's going to get the reference, nerd, says Reiko. I mean...
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because...
Why?
By the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm here today because Figment Pudding is resubscribed for 11 months. They, along with a bunch of other loyal supporters, have kept the stream going for 11 months plus. Appreciate that. Whimsy maxing, there you go, PP, yeah. Anywho. So yeah, they don't have a skull. But the nice thing is that at least in a lot of cases, the vertebrae of these dinosaurs are very distinctive. That's the thing about sauropods is they're kind of vertebrae maxing in a lot of ways. You know, they've got quite a few vertebrae. They tend to lengthen them in interesting ways, and they've got all kinds of weird and interesting pneumaticities of different hollows and ways that these vertebrae are kind of hooked up to the respiratory system of the animal. But at the same time, that changes as the animal grows and develops, and our understanding of the ontogenetic development of sauropod vertebrae, we don't really understand this well right now. There are going to be some people who figured this stuff out, and that's going to change the way that we look at sauropods, I think.
Ontogeny.
And why is that? It's not supposed. I disabled those sound effects. I don't know why that's still happening. Frustrating. Anyway. Yeah. Maybe it's not updated properly. Anyway, I gotta look into that. And there's a bunch of other stuff I gotta take care of tonight, too. We might be doing a special surprise stream tomorrow. I need to make some calls about that, actually, and figure that out. But anyway. Let's wrap this thing up. Right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Don't go away just yet. Here we are. Start up our credits. Excellent. Come on, credits. You can do it. Hang on. Do I need to refresh the cache? What's going on here? Something's not working properly. Come on, credits. You can do it. Come on, Streamlabs. Refresh cache. There we go. All right. Let's see who else is here on Twitch right now doing some science. Well, Science Streams is on. Let's go say hello. Good. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits right now, from new followers and raiders, to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who keep these streams going through their financial support. I am tremendously grateful for the opportunity to do this full time. It's only because of your support that that's possible. Likewise to the moderators, those dedicated folks who come in here day after day and hang out and keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody by monitoring the chat. I appreciate you more than I can say, mods. I know I say it a lot, but it bears repeating. We're gonna go right into science streams. Belint and Lita are both molecular and systems biologists, geneticists, and they do all kinds of really cool science outreach. And it looks like they're just starting up their stream right now, so maybe go take a look. Anyway, and I might be doing a special IRL stream tomorrow. We'll see. I gotta make some calls right now and figure that out. So I'll see you tomorrow, whether it's here in the office or out in the wild. It's gonna be a fun stream, and I hope you'll join me for that.